And hello, everybody. I'm very paranoid about watching my sound levels now. I'm like, okay, everything's moving. We're good. But hey, good evening. Welcome to this here hard knock dice session. That's us. That's our group name, as it were. This session specifically is the Go Saltmarsh, or the Gosm, as I will commonly refer it to, because it's easier and faster and it's catchy, I think. I'm Ian, the Dungeon Master, as it says below my chin. These fine fellows around me are inhabiting the characters whose names are under their frames, but they in the real life have different names. But in this instance, they are these party members, and they do stuff of the D&D variety most of the time. But yeah, this was episode 67. We're coming along quite nicely. We've got a couple more until somebody fucking dies. That's gonna be our tradition for 69th episodes on this channel. Just nobody's gonna know how. You don't know why. Somebody's fucking dying though. So keep that in mind. Just let that sit for a couple more weeks. Yeah, Bart's just he was wake up. Bart's just dead. Died in his sleep. Tragic. Anyway, before we get started, we're gonna get a good old announcement of starting with, as per usual, that we're still doing our charity drive for the International Medical Corps, who are doing things for the people on the mental and physical health front over in Ukraine and the like. Helping out people who need it is a good cause. Encourage you to click on that link down below. If you don't want to click on our link, go click on a link somewhere in relation to helping those folks out. Just be careful to research, just in case, because it's the internet. Aside from that, shortly after our session last Monday, we had another birthday. Last Monday, we announced our boy Julian, who's at this bottom corner for me here. And a couple days after his, actually, was our boy Jacob. He had a birthday this last week. So as is tradition, you have a birthday 20 to spend as you see fit.
I'd like to use it right now.
Until this time next year, it's gotta be spent on a roll of some kind. So you can use it. You can use it this session if you want. I don't give a shit. That's up to you. But yeah, you got that. You just call something a 20, and then there you go. You got it. So that's sitting in your pocket now. Don't forget. Could be quite important. And aside from that, unless anybody else has any announcements, I'm just gonna look around. I'm just gonna spin my face around, looking at everybody. Nope. All right. So, last session, our boys decided, you know what? Time to get this gravy train rocking and rolling. Gloob got woken up from his drunken bed laying. He was having a nappy poo. Bart woke him up and then fucking cured his drunk with a little bit of magic from old Sorola Lee herself. And he was right as rain. They then they split up a little bit. Julian heading off to locate Francois, who was supposed to get them to old Prosper Artois somewhere out in the wild blue yonder. Jacob went and sought out Captain Dobby. And Gloob and Julian packed. Gloob and Bart packed some shit up. They eventually, acquiring these people, determined that Darby was not going to be accompanying them as he felt, he'd be able to do some good for people around these parts who maybe didn't have anybody else that could look out for him. And they set off with Francois, engaging in a bit of bribery in regards to some town guards that were keeping an eye on the dock so that nobody heard of a boat just leaving in the middle of the night. Bart accosted the man a little bit about not taking bribes, and they set off. Gloob chit-chatting and convincing Francois to keep an ear out very actively for information that may assist in leading to Firebrand's eventual freedom. And they got to the Foix de Cairn, or the Frigid Cairn, which is Captain Prospero Artois' vessel, meeting his first mate, Denek Arsted, as well as meeting again Prospero Artois himself, who gave them a brief rundown about how long they'd be on the water before bidding them a good evening. Gloob took this opportunity to wander around the boat a little bit, try to make a good impression on some of the pirates by chatting them up and sharing some booze. Julian just kind of hung out up top. Jakob did a bit of meditation, and Bart babysat to make sure nothing went sideways with Gloob. Our party then had a nice sleep in. Woke up the next day to the ship already being underway. Bart spent some time ingratiating himself to the crew by making a bunch of people breakfast before Gloob and Julian went off to speak to the captain. They had a discussion with him in his quarters, getting some information, asking some questions that they had about what the goings on within Saltmarsh, specifically in regards to Primwater and Eleander Firebrand, and one Anders Solmore and the things that happened with his family names, where we will rejoin our party as the two of them have been dismissed from Artois' chambers to think on the information they garnered during this conversation, and that they would speak again so that he could maybe see what they had thought up for themselves before he told them anything else. So, gentlemen, you are freshly exited from the captain's quarters, and I believe you all were heading down to locate Bart and Jacob below deck.
We had quite a bit of information to go share with them, or several key bits of information at least.
Right. So, I believe Jakob was hanging out down in y'all's little cramped quarters for the four of you. What was Bart doing?
I was cleaning up the kitchen.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you were doing the dishes. What a kind individual. So, y'all to get down there. I'd imagine Bart about this time you'd probably be done. It's not like they don't got a ton of extra copies. They're pretty strong believers in just developing their immunity, their immunization to just like if everybody gets it, none of us will get it again. Good job.
That's how that works.
They're pirates, not doctors.
Not a doctor.
I'm not a doctor. But yeah, so you guys find the two of them down below.
There are not so subtle undertones to this show about learning.
Everything can be cured, just eat a few oranges. Some citrus. Cures scurvy and the plague. And all things in between.
Some nice acorn mash. She'll be right as rain.
We need a PSA that just scrolls across the bottom when we say dumb shit and just says PSA, we say dumb shit. Don't listen to us for any actual medical advice.
I'm also not a doctor. And I'm too lazy to like do actual research on things, so I'll just make it up.
Hard Knock Dice and its associates is not responsible for any.
Do not take my word as gospel in the realms of the medical field. But you guys trek your way on downstairs. You find Bart with a tail end to clean it up and Jakob hanging out in the room. What are y'all doing?
Hey, we need to talk in the room. It's probably best if we just kind of huddle up on this one. We got a lot of information from Artaud, and we need to talk about it.
Oh,
We're gonna
y'all
talk.
already talked with him? All right, yeah.
Yeah, we kind of just got pulled into it.
Knowing that Glug can often be very enthusiastic, Julian's gonna be making eye contact with Bart and like nodding, like yeah, he's not being over the top this time.
Bart just kind of gives a no. Glug could never be over the top. I don't know what you're talking about. This is just completely normal. Let's just keep on going. Let's just go. Is Jakob in here? Do we need to find Jakob too?
He's in y'all's room.
Okay, cool.
You'd be meditating.
So
Yeah, I don't know why Jakob's sitting like that.
Jakob, you good?
roll for good.
Well, I'm trying to
is
check
Jakob
how
sitting
concentrated he is.
with his knees actually.
I mean, like he's sitting there with his eyes shut, trying to just block out the pirate noises.
And Julian don't know about meditating, so
Faint yar through the decks. Yar, matey. Pirate noises. No. Gonna plunder their booty.
But I mean, you'd find Jakob with like his new sword across his legs, eyes shut, hands resting on the blade. And when Julian says Jakob, you go just like, yeah, lot of noise up top.
No more than any other big ship, but we have something a bit more important than ship noise to discuss.
All right.
Got information on Firebrand, or at least we think, maybe at least things to question what we've been believing so far. It's a whole.
Definitely stuff to do with the mainland, Saltmarsh. Maybe some kind of conspiracy, more than we already knew.
All right. Well, yeah. Give us the details. Maybe I can send a message and let someone know what's going on.
But I don't even know who we'd message for this.
and Julian's looking like middle distance shell shocked still over the whole revelation.
All right.
DM, remind me the NPC's name before I say the wrong fucking thing.
Which one?
Anders?
The one whose parents might not have been killed. by
Anders
fire.
Solmore, yeah.
Anders, yeah.
Notes.
Mr. Anders, his parents, you know, the belief that they were killed by pirates.
God damn, that's a whole stack of fucking notes.
Like I said, notes. All right, he might not have been killed by pirates. Okay, well then, y'all know who might have killed his parents then?
No,
Oh,
just
all right.
initial conversation with Prospero. And as far as we can tell, he's not full of shit. Not about that, at least.
Okay. Well, how do you say that he feels like his parents weren't killed by pirates?
he is a man who is pretty well in the know for the activities of the princes, both the one he serves and others. And he says he is unaware of any plan to murder Anders' parents.
Huh. All right.
I mean, if that's true, then that adds to the list of people who might have been getting a little bit too successful in the area and then suddenly having a fall in relation to pirates. Now,
Things had... Oh, my apologies. Go ahead.
I know the gentleman from Seedon may or may not have had something to do with pirates. I can't remember. I don't believe so. But it's the majority of people who are getting accused of things and then losing their fame, all getting accused of pirate stuff. So, or something to do with pirates.
I don't know the specifics. It was already clear there was something weird going on.
All right. So, Artois saying that that pirates didn't kill Anders' folks, then who's that leave that would want to get rid of them?
Not sure. A whole lot easier to find out if we were still there.
I think Primwater might have been trying to take care of their businesses and wanted to get Anders to kind of join up with him and scoop up all the Anders family business.
Primwater
Saltmarsh?
didn't know who killed him.
Oh, all right.
Remember the notes?
That's right. Okay. Well, and they were actively against pirates and the like, right? I mean, they wanted to get rid of them.
They were protecting the ships, so it could have been anybody that didn't want the ships protected.
Right.
As much as any other major merchant. Could be someone that didn't want the ships protected, or someone who didn't like how successful their business was, or someone who thought they'd make a good fall guy for moves against the pirates, or something else entirely. Too many moving parts.
It wouldn't make too. I don't think pirates are too smart, but I think the people that are leading them have to have at least a little bit of brains. It wouldn't be too smart to kill the people that are really popular for stopping pirates. I don't know. It just doesn't make too much sense.
Maybe we're looking at this the wrong direction. Maybe maybe the Duke don't like it when there's someone else in between the people and their safety. Maybe that's an aim. Maybe Firebrand's too big of a deal for him to have to be someone as kind of maybe a political rival. I don't know if that's possible. If these Selmores come along and start defending everybody and start getting a bunch of public sway, maybe, you know, they're the ones people start going to instead of the crown. I don't know.
I don't know anything for sure, but I feel like this is bigger than Firebrand. He's a piece. The Selmores, they're pieces. There's something more.
I mean, it definitely sounds like it's got something to do with pirates. You take out a family that is trying to defend boats of pirates, and then you get rid of, you know, a public defender who's trying to protect the city from Sohagan and pirates and everything else. So, I don't know.
Julian just kind of looks contemplative and takes a seat on whatever, like, barrel or crate or bed or whatever is nearby.
I I mean,
We're
who
not
else?
even going to be able to get more information until we get back. Not really.
I don't even know of an extra player on the board that it could be. I mean, if it's not. I mean, it's not going to be the lizard folk. I mean, I don't think the Swahagan have too much political sway.
We learned of another player while we were up there.
Oh,
Garmesh Breakbow. He's one of the prince's hounds, sort of like Prospero Artois is.
Mm-hmm.
Each
Apparently
prince. Oh, go ahead.
Apparently, his prince wants war. He wants it to go back to the way it was when the princes had free reign of the coast.
Mm.
So we also learned that part of the evidence that they were using is just completely wrong, or at least according to Captain Artois, it is. Li Xian doesn't deal with people. She doesn't haul people, and that was the name that was used over and over again, according to all of the council, and against Primwater and Firebrand. Primwater said he was dealing with people in the last couple of years or so.
So you think that maybe all the evidence that's up there could be false?
I think someone's making the boogeyman out of the sea princes.
So we got what'd you say his name was? The Nosebreaker or whatever?
Garmesh Breakbow.
Garmesh Breakbow. So this Garmesh fella got some folks that plant a whole bunch of false evidence, gets rid of people who are defending Saltmarsh so that they can prey on their ships more freely, and pins the blame on some of the more nasty things on a rival pirate. Is that what I'm seeing is where we're looking towards?
If it even falls down to one of the prince's lieutenants being one of the boogeymen, I'm still not convinced that it's not someone on the mainland behind all of this.
I agree with you. I think Primwater may have been dealing with someone from Seaton. Guy was an idiot.
Or not, he knew it.
Yeah. Someone masquerading as a pirate, as a sea prince.
If this Breakbow had anything to do with it, I'd explain where they got the stick from. It's from a hold mage. We know that much.
What if he wasn't dealing with Breakbow or his associates? What if the mainlander is the main actor here? Breakbow is just another moving part for that conspiracy.
I mean, I don't even know where to start, you know?
My point is, less and less am I thinking the buck stops with one of the prince's lieutenants.
Right.
I'm thinking the buck may stop someone on the mainland.
I mean, no one knows who the princes are, right? They keep their anonymity.
We did get the names of their lieutenants who act as their mouth, eyes, and ears in most things.
Right. So there's no telling that they could be one and the same, right? I mean, you could have a prince just sitting up in Seaton, right? Nobody knows who they are.
Prospero made it seem like they are all currently where we are heading.
Oh,
turns out our current destination is their capital of sorts.
Maybe we can try to talk to some of them then.
Not based on what he said. We won't be getting a audience with the princes themselves.
Well, maybe we can write them a letter saying, hey, this is the situation. We heard folks are trying to cause trouble. I mean,
if Breakbow's prince is the way he is, do you think drawing attention to ourselves would be wise? Not to mention we are currently on a mission to fuck up one of them. Or one of their operations.
Right, but maybe if we could, get a message to Li Xian and let her know that people are dragging her name through the mud, she might bend some ears.
That's a better plan than speaking to the princes themselves, for sure, I think.
Another another thing in the story that doesn't make sense to me. Why martyr Anders' parents? Because I mean, it's obviously had an effect on Anders. It's made him staunchly anti-pirate. It's made him like his whole life goal to kill pirates and push legislation to kill pirates. And if they're as popular as people say, it's gonna affect how other people see the princes and what they do.
It's what brought the soldiers to the coast, I think, to Saltmarsh specifically.
Not to mention, Selmore's family was wealthy and influential. Anders has only a fraction of that remaining.
That is incorrect. He has gotten
Really?
more wealthy.
I thought he lost most of what they had originally.
Nope.
And he built back up to where he's at.
Nope.
They said several times that he was very, very good at what he did.
Yeah. They already had a...
No. I thought my understanding was he had they were up here, he got brought back to down here, and then he had built it back up to here.
No. He if anything, he expanded his family's wealth.
It's a crippling meth addiction.
Ignore that comment.
He may be very twitchy and stuff, but it basically appeared once he got a hold of his family's businesses that he has a good head for it and did very well with their fledgling enterprise into the mercantile while still maintaining their fishing boats and stuff.
Okay. And Anders has never come across as a type of person that would ever entertain the notion of working alongside pirates, so
I don't know. I mean, people can be stupid and just not think about that. Or they might have thought that the risk was worth taking in killing Andrew's parents. And those are possibilities, but it's a big risk. And obviously, it didn't pay out the way that they really wanted it to.
Maybe it did, though. That's my point. We're saying
do we know
people behind the death of Anders' parents may not be associated with the pirates at all. Animosity towards the pirates is no loss for them.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Maybe things played out exactly the way they wanted it to.
Do we know how influential Anders' parents were in town at the time? Because if they were kind of there to be sent some sort of message of trying to make a mess of things, then that can be seen as, well, we're going to take your golden boy and chop their heads off.
Julian, Jakob, have y'all heard any rumors before Anders' parents died, before the Saltmarsh died? Did you hear any stories about him specifically? Ambition, or being ambitious, or anything like that?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that would be up to Ian to roll. I was in Seedon, so I don't know if I would have known if he wants me to roll for that.
You could both roll history checks if you so desire. Yours would be a higher DC, Jakob, due to, as you said, being in Seaton instead of Saltmarsh.
Julian just kind of shakes his head and says,
I'm sorry, but I never gave it a second thought. It was what it was. I had no reason to look more deeply into it.
And what was your roll, Jakob?
Assuming a 14 is not gonna get
not really. I'd say at best you had heard the name because they're like some, like maybe they sold some of their fish to Seaton, and maybe you had like seen a couple ships like that had started moving around like as merchants, and that you're like, oh, that's weird. I thought they did fish, but I don't know. But that'd be the best you guys know.
Besides seeing them, the name once in a while, no.
My thought process here is Prospero seemed fixated on Anders when we were talking to him, as if he knew something more about Anders than we do now. I don't know. That's the read I got off of him, but I'm not good at reading people. That's a double-edged sword because I was also inches away from Anders' face, speaking to him, and I couldn't get a good read on him either. But if it's a ambitious kid who thinks he can do what his parents do but better, or maybe his parents are holding them back from their true potential or something like that, Anders could have had his own parents killed. He's expanded the mercantile side of the entire thing, right?
I thought it crossed my mind.
But the fishing side has just been maintained. It hasn't been expanded at all. So
there's another important aspect of the conversation with Prospero. We're gonna have some small time in their capital. And he seemed oddly encouraging for us to take our time to look into things while there.
Maybe we should just go talk to him again. I mean,
we already scheduled a conversation at dinner.
Oh, all right. Well, I guess I can whip something up. It'll be fine. I had some ideas, so.
Jakob just grimaces. Great.
We wanted to give him the day to do his captain-y things, but we didn't want to delve much more deeply without consulting the both of you.
All right, yeah, I get that. Kind of sad I missed the first conversation.
It ended up a bit more robust than I intended, and once there, difficult to break off.
Right. No, I get it. I mean, I was busy at the time, and y'all were right there. I mean, no reason not to, but we'll be able to talk to him more later tonight, and maybe, I don't know, maybe we can just get him to open up a little bit. I understand he's a businessman, and he doesn't want to give out information without there being some kind of price, but maybe we can convince them that we're all after the same thing here. We just want to try to find some justice, and maybe this can benefit him some way. If there is some more dissension in the ranks of the pirate princes or whatever.
He is definitely not what I thought of when I had imagined pirates in the past.
Why not?
Less, I don't know, bloodthirsty, sociopathic. He's a hard man to be sure, but not one without a soul, it seems.
Right.
But anyway, before I forget, when we reached the pirate capital and he encouraged us to look around for our investigations, we are also free, almost without restriction, to experience the city. He seems to think it'll be something new or something. I've been to Seaton, that's a big place.
Right.
Okay.
But we shouldn't make trouble.
Sure.
But
sure.
should we not make trouble, he seems to think trouble won't find us.
What was that, Jacob?
From the conversation we had with what's his name? The second mate, or first mate. Sounds like there might be some Captain Zindros types. And I don't love the idea of giving coin to their type. But if it helps, if there's something there that's going to help us free Julian's brother, or help us in the long term to deal with this situation, I wouldn't be against spending some coin.
Right. I mean, if you're going to take something they got it'd be better used for us having than any of them bad folks having. So.
And I know they said not to cause any trouble, so I'm gonna ask ahead of time. Were we told to stay away from anything specific?
Some sort of fighting pits and another location. I don't remember the details, but I'm sure we can ask again.
Do you legitimately not remember, or
No,
just
I
saying
do.
that? Okay.
I,
I'm asking Julian.
Oh, sorry. I don't remember. However, I don't imagine Julian would have locked in on that specifically with
Fair
all of
It,
the other
it was
stuff
a
going on.
it was a slave market area,
Yeah.
from what I understand.
I know what it was. I
Yeah.
can't remember what he
Okay.
called it.
The chain links.
Chain links, yeah.
Lube does not say that.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Understandable. Okay, I just wanted to clarify if you were lacking that information as a player, or if you were.
Oh
Just
no.
saying
I
that.
knew
Okay.
what it was. I couldn't
Yeah,
remember what he had called it.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
I'm gonna be honest. If I see somebody who's being kept against their will, I'm not gonna stand idly by.
I think that's probably why he encouraged us not to go to those places.
I hope
Well,
that it's not as blatant as some things that the pirates do.
Right. You know, I thought about the same thing, Yakum, and maybe it's something we can write later, but we can't. We don't have the resources or the know-how to do it right now. But right now, we do have the advantage of being, as far as I know, the way y'all talk, welcome guests into a place that we normally would not be welcome, if I understand correctly.
If it is any.
Look into the two that spoke with them. I don't imagine any boat can just kind of go up to this place and be like, "Oh yeah, come on, right over here. Welcome to Pirate Town."
If
That's
it is
the
any
name.
consolation. Oh, my apologies, Luke.
Julian is struggling here.
Struggles real tonight.
It was implied that should we find any acts that we deemed needed to be righted outside of the capital, things happen.
Right, but generally speaking, people can't just go to this place, right?
Didn't ask.
I mean, I don't know. First I heard of this place was yesterday, so. Or I guess technically it was past midnight, wasn't it? So earlier today. I don't know nothing about it. I just imagine Pirate Town wouldn't be like a free trade center or something like that.
From what he told us, as long as we didn't come with any sort of markings on us, we'd be fine just to walk around the city. So, I don't know. Maybe if it's an unfamiliar vessel, you'll be looked at a little bit more closely coming in, but from the way he's explaining it, doesn't seem like everybody's really paying attention to your business. It's a city.
Great. Well,
I
I
bel-
mean,
The struggle's real tonight.
It is so real.
I believe his exact quote was, "We don't exactly have a uniform."
right. Well, my basic thinking is that if we can go around the city and get information on what's going on there and what is wrong with it, and maybe have some intelligence or some idea what needs to change, how we can fix it before causing a whole big blundering fight, if that makes sense. I mean, we won't have any opposition to going in there and seeing what's what and what needs to change. I mean, we can find out information about maybe where folk are being sent to or where they're coming from. We got an opportunity to get all kinds of information that could go a long way to stop these ships from getting to and fro where they're going.
What about Julian?
What about Julian?
Well, you're pretty noticeable. And from what I understand, or what that fuck who tried to kill us when we got the gold, the chest for, wow, names, can't remember them.
I'm right there with you. You're good.
For that merchant in Saltmarsh, from my understanding, there's a price on your head put by the doctor, and you're pretty noticeable. While we don't have any markings on us, unfortunately, what he did to you is a marking in itself.
Well, Prospero didn't seem to think there'll be issues, but we can ask again. We have some time. And also,
Just kind of like puts the hood up, scarf around.
in a pinch,
That's true.
Aaron's all knows what we all look like.
Right. We're not going to go in there unnoticed by people who know who we are. Right. I mean, we're not exactly the most, oh, hell, the word escaping me, but they're going to know who we are in a heartbeat. They sent folks out in the middle of Seaton.
surreptitious.
Yeah, that's the one. But, right. If some of Farenzal's folks or the doctor's folks are in there and see probably even a couple of us, hey, there's going to be a fight. As long as we don't start it, I feel like we should be okay, right? They come gunning for us, we can defend ourselves, right?
That's the way he made it seem.
All right. And I'm assuming that if we do get into a hairy predicament, from be it trying to do the right thing at a bad time or just trying to defend ourselves, and we end up in a bigger pickle through the ordeal, that if we fuck up big enough, we might not have a boat off this island. So
My advice would be, and this is what I plan on following for myself, if we get into a scrap, don't still be there when whatever passes for their constabulary arrives.
sure, Jakob, if some pirates try to kill us, you just do what you need to do.
Kill
I'll
him
cut
right
in half.
back. And then run.
Or at least take him. Bart tries to be like, maybe you could just incapacitate him some, and just images of blood splattering across his face from cleaving a smuggler in half. You're like, that's not gonna.
Just cripple them for life. If they just
We
cut their
see-
legs off at the knees.
When he sees Bart starting to make that like suggestion, Julian just makes like a splitting in half motion with his hand.
Just incapacitate him, you know.
I'm really good at that.
Permanently.
Maybe we should try getting you like a hammer or something.
It won't help.
Julian takes a moment to just imagine someone's head splattering like a watermelon, and
Oh no. Oh no, Yakko just starts
Squeeze.
Gallagher-ing people.
Starts playing whack-a-mole.
You know, wood splitting axes? You know how they put that little log underneath? I cut through the log I'm trying to cut, and that one.
Right.
I don't think switching up the weapon's gonna help with that.
Split a log with a hammer. That'd be fucked up.
All right. Well, I guess
Also-
we can try. Oh, all right.
Just saying, somewhere in here, while we're there, trying to get any extra information on, Farenzal and whatever goonies we may be running into at the Doctor's Island.
I kind of, maybe we shouldn't try to be incognito at all when we go into this place. Maybe we should speak with Farenzal, and not Farenzal, excuse me, Artois. Speak
Hey,
with
Ferris.
Artois.
How you doing?
What's up, bro?
How you doing? You. I'm gonna kill the shit out of y'all. Fucking points menacingly.
I mean, folk might see us coming off a ship and know, and if that happens, I imagine word will get around. If as easy as word gets around to things that happen in Saltmarsh, I'm assuming that if something happens in Pirate Town, pirates are all going to know about it. So, unless we're going to be smuggled off of a ship and into Pirate Town, I mean, I feel like affiliations might be a little bit known to the folks and the other sea princes soon. So maybe we should just go in there and this is who we are. We're not afraid of you. If you want to come fight us, we'll give you a fight.
I will just say, part of the point of the deal that was being made was the relative anonymity of your guys' aggression towards the other pirates.
Yeah.
In association with Artois and his faction.
Julian pipes up shortly and says,
I don't get the idea that all of the pirates share their information freely. Which is one of the primary reasons, I think. If we make contact with any of the lieutenants, it should be Li Xian.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm not saying
to have a good working relationship with her.
All right.
Or at least to find out how she feels about her name being used.
Maybe why it's being used as well. A little
Also
insight
that as
there would
well.
help.
Do you think that if we got like a good enough drawing of her or a description, you'd be able to send her a message? I mean, if she's not in the area?
I feel like Prospero might be able to arrange a conversation. Or at least point out how we can arrange one ourselves.
Yeah, I'd rather talk to her if it's possible, but maybe I could do it with a good drawing. And Bart will give Gloob like a quick glance.
It's a stick person with a hook for a hand. Great success.
I mean, if they got pirate mages, they might have pirate painters as well. You never know.
Did we see any artwork in Artois' cabin?
Yeah,
Probably some art, yeah, but not necessarily any that look like some framed, like hung on his wall, like I have lots of wealth and therefore I decorate my room ostentatiously kind of deal.
This
artwork.
Yeah.
big painting, like one
Probably
of
stole it,
the
yeah.
old colonial pieces of artwork of like the House of Representatives or something, but it's just got all the pirate princes and their lieutenants, and then like, oh yeah, this one right here, that's the one.
It looks like the Last Supper. like oh.
No easels or anything that we
He's
saw.
got pirate Mona Lisa in there.
Is that just the painting from SpongeBob that speaks in the intro? Is that Pirate Mona Lisa?
Pirate Lisa.
That's gotta be an NPC now.
That's Darby.
Okay. Well,
God damn it. Yo.
I mean, I reckon I'll get to figuring out what I want to cook and make it real tasty, I guess. But I mean, we can suss out what we plan to do with them. I feel like if we're more honest with the way we do things and let people kind of know our intentions, and he might appreciate that, and it might just be better for everybody.
The important takeaway from some of that is I don't think Prospero is necessarily against us in those regards.
He doesn't want war.
He plans on using us as tools to meet his own ends, and we got one set of line. Sure.
Well, that part for sure. I meant in relation to other things.
All right. I mean, Bart still really hasn't had a situation to sit down with him and chat as much as the other two characters, so Bart still's like, well, I mean, he still does probably slaving and all these other things, but
Gotta go. We'll
if
just
we-
get some cheese grits. We'll sit down, have some sweet tea,
yeah.
get to know each other.
Bart would know at least he said that he didn't off of our first meeting.
Also, he's a pirate. Bart's just
Yeah, I would say at
Pirate.
least he said that he didn't.
He's such a
Oh,
charming guy. Come on.
Bart. I don't know if Gloob told you, I bought a lot of alcohol for, I don't know, for y'all to talk to the pirates with. But Gloob tells me that they really like rum. So
That's all they drink.
you should make a dish with some rum in it. Just give him one of the bottles, Gloob. If you still have them. I don't know how quick pirates go through alcohol.
We just went through one last night. They weren't very thirsty, and I'll go into my bag and try to find a bottle of rum.
You bought quite a few bottles. I will say, with some searching, you could probably find another one.
Go ahead and take another bottle out.
Bart's got to make a rum cake now.
You muted, Bart.
That
You're
sounds
very
good.
muted.
Oh, whoops.
Some of those chocolates that have like liquor in the middle.
So good.
Now I'm hungry.
I'm always hungry. That's my secret, Captain. As soon as I talk about food, I get hungry. So, is there anything else anybody would like to do for the remainder of the day? Or right this
Blue
moment,
will-
I suppose.
Blue will go up top deck with his book and
Okay.
observe and watch. And
Okay.
I will listen to Artois and to Dinnick Arsted.
Yeah,
Is it
Danek Arsted. Yeah.
Dinnick Arsted. Listen to their calls and their
Just kinda-
orders and stuff,
okay, cool.
and look at what people are doing and just write notes.
Okay, that's what I was about to ask. I was like, I figured you're not talking about the Adventures of Darby. You're talking about like the notebook that you've been writing in more recently. Okay.
Right.
All right. Cool. Okay. And everybody else just kind of generally hanging out for the most part.
Jakob would like to go up on the deck
Sure.
and practice his sword forms, but I'd like to use Expeditious Retreat to move a little bit faster than normal
Ooh,
while I'm doing
okay.
that.
Okay.
Fancy footwork.
Interesting. Okay. No, yeah, that's cool. So I'll say so, Mr. Jakob. As you're going and I'm assuming you're trying to make a point with this display. And as you're doing it, and you're basically, I know you're trying to like very much make a point that you're dangerous. Don't fuck with me and don't fuck with my friends because I will fuck you up. Look how dangerous I am. And so you're trying to do it faster. And so as you're starting to move through your forms and you're trying to like start to speed yourself up, you like the ring on your finger and that whole kind of hand, it just starts to ache like a little more like intensely than as you had woken up with, and there's a little bit of a chill that starts to kind of creep its way up your arm as your daughter, and she's kind of usually just kind of floating along with you, just kind of watching you do what you do, and is kind of at first just kind of cheering you on, like, oh, that looks really cool, Daddy. It's actually kind of pretty it's like you're dancing, but then almost in response to your desire to really show these pirates what you can do, and she kind of floats up closer to your arm, and she like places her hand kind of she's almost like floating like in front of you, like in between your arms where you're holding your sword, and her hand's kind of like going up and over where kind of cupping your hands on the outside, and you just start to move faster. You're stepping back and forth across the deck. The pirates are kind of, they're used to having to move around people out of here, but it's definitely a little bit of a different experience to this not super tall but very bulky gentleman swinging this giant fucking sword around at very high speed. And for at least that minute, it is like you definitely see some ranging between a little like clear signs of like respect of like wow, that's pretty fucking impressive, to like maybe a little bit of awe, because are you doing this in your plate?
Yeah.
Like in your full plate? So like, yeah, like these pirates you can see they're dexterous and nimble going up and down the rigging, and they're quick, but you definitely see like respect at the speed and the precision from in there, ranging to a little bit of like, ugh, that's kind of scary. Especially because you've kept yourself downstairs. This is the first really any of them have seen of you, and you're like blurring around the deck a little bit. And after kind of a little bit, you do kind of hear a little bit of a from the deck from Artois up at the thing. It's kind of polite clap. All right. And I imagine you just kind of stay up there and do that for a while, or?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Can I get somebody to roll me a d20?
Sure.
For the day.
Black Dragon, everybody's fucked.
A
Y'all
5.
level 8. A 5?
Yes.
Let me consult my, All right. Somebody else roll a d8.
Got you. 6.
6. Okay. So,
6 Black Dragons.
6 black dragons.
Oh no!
Don't like that at all.
But as the day begins to pass, it stays bright and sunny. Like a bunch of those kind of wispy clouds up top, but definitely a wind starts to pick up throughout the day, and it definitely like where y'all were. This is a big ship, so y'all are moving only so fast, but the wind picks up, and I think y'all might have. Those of you, Julian, and some of you, and Gloob, yeah, y'all are all starting to get a little more nautical as time goes on. But Julian and Gloob, for the most part, Julian, you do have a history with sailing and stuff. And Gloob, you've been making a very big point, and I'll say, especially with you paying very specific attention to the things that Artois and Arsted are saying. This you hear from comments from them that the favorable winds. There's probably looks like they're going to save you guys a little bit of time on your way there. So, all this travel has been shortened a smidge. But I also forgot to change the music again because I fucking suck. we want the calm loot. I like the calm loot. But the day passes. Galoob, you feel like you've learned a lot. You feel like you're getting some of the pirate slang for how they talk. It's definitely a much different experience from being on board the Emperor of the Waves and everything. Like there's like I said, much is very much the same sense you kind of got from how breakfast was being served. It was the continuous of this is controlled chaos on this deck. Like Artois and Arsted are definitely keeping a rein on things, and they're calling out orders. Somebody make a noise real quick. But pirates are kind of going up, they're going down. Is like they're swarming about. Like they're just from observing, it's hard to see any rhyme or reason. It's like any organization to it. It seems almost like Arsted or Artois will just grab somebody as they're going and order them to do something else, and they'll immediately break off from it. Like unless they were actively holding something, they'll break off from whatever task they were doing and go and do that thing, and maybe somebody else will get redirected to finish whatever task they were doing. It's an experience to see for sure, but it's also a bit of a spectacle because it is while it's chaotic, it is very in sync. It's like running like a well-oiled machine for the most part, it seems like on here. But we will round down our day as it starts to get into the evening of this first night of travel, gentlemen. Bart, you're You're wanting to. Are you wanting to cook for everybody again, or are you wanting to just to make a meal for just your group and the captain?
I was gonna cook for everyone
Okay.
again, but then making a dessert with rum in it
Oh, sure.
for the captain.
Captain.
I had 1 pineapple, so I'm gonna make
Oh hell yeah.
rum pineapple upside down pudding. On an 18 and a 4
Wow.
plus 8, so
It's a
That's pretty
26.
good, though.
E.
Wow. All right. So your main
No,
course.
no, that's not that. 18 plus 4 plus 8.
Oh yeah, you meant 4 on your D4.
4
Okay.
minus
Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, yeah. So yeah, fucking Jesus Christ, 30.
Yeah, another 30.
A 30. Dorty 30, as it were.
Oh my gosh.
I don't
Yeah.
I don't get to do that. Or I don't get to
Make
do
an
with that.
NPC with that.
I know I did. Y'all hung out with her for like 30 seconds and y'all left. Nobody liked my dressmaker. Fucking bitches.
Oh right.
Oh, ravishing Reina.
We had to leave the city under quite duress, quite a
Hey,
large amount of
Whose
duress.
fault was that?
Julian's.
God damn it. Anyway, you knock it out of the park again. The big meal you're making, since you're cooking for so many people, still keeping it simple, just making it real well seasoned and everything, but nothing crazy complicated. But then the pudding is definitely gets several raised eyebrows, and at one point that Denekar comes down. He's like, Are you making a pudding?
Yeah. I mean,
That's actually pretty impressive considering the things you have available for cooking down here. Because like I said, it's very bare bones. So he's just kind of he seems to be trying to do the math for how you're accomplishing this, and it's just like, I don't fucking know how this fucking works. What?
I think when I made Bart, one of the things he had on his horse was like 10 mess kits
Oh my
worth
god.
of with utensils and stuff.
What the fuck, man?
So he's got a lot of extra.
You're using multiple sets of mess tins to make it work. He's just looking at this. He's like, I don't. Okay, yeah, but that's just he looks like maybe one of the other pirates who were down there saw it, made a comment to him. He's like, what the fuck? What is he doing? He came down to check it out, but he fucks back off after a while. But yeah, the evening comes. Are you plating it up with your fucking squirrel's assistants again?
I will probably start trying to help Breela get her sea. I don't know what squirrels have. Do squirrels have paws, claws?
They got
however
little
that
paws.
works. Get her sea paws, and
Boy hands.
They don't have thumbs.
Right. In any case, we'll attempt to have her carry a plate out
Mm-hmm.
to see how well that works, and if she manages to keep her balance pretty well, I'll start trying to send her about the ship, giving people food.
Roll a dexterity check for Breela.
17 on the die. Let's fucking
Oh
go.
shit! Good job, Breela. Breela's fucking. She's born with her sea
got a-
paws.
I think she's got a +3.
You
have
should have her
lost
stat
the
block
image.
around there somewhere.
Yeah, I made this. I got the stat block thing for it. Hold on.
Breela's big vibing on the fucking ocean. She said one night on a boat. That's all she needs to acclimate.
Yeah,
On
+3,
it.
so
Plus
30,
60.
20.
Dirty 20. Night. Oh yeah. Even on her hind legs, kind of doing little squirrel waddle out with just her hind legs. It does take her a little bit longer, I'll say, because squirrels aren't bipedal.
Proficient in acrobatics, if that's a bonus. 22.
She's not flipping around. She's trying to maintain her balance. Okay, calm down. But I mean, though, acrobatics would also fall in the realm of just straight up balance, because tightrope walking and stuff. So sure, 22. but so not with a ton of speed, but definitely complete. Like she's over there, like you're even able to get a plate on her other paw. Like she's got her kind of elbows are a little out, but she's moving like seemingly holding whatever it was. We're gonna say just because it's maybe something like it's like a not a soup, but like a stew. So it's a little liquidy, but she's like a fucking champ, like going out and just able to get some parts. Did you hear some exclamations of what the hell? Hey, what are you? Oh, you squirrel! And what starts dutifully serving out relatively deep plates of stew to Balrit. Okay, sure. Why not?
A different game than the rest of the people.
He's in a different movie than we are.
Yeah.
You're playing Cooking Mama. But
what's that video game? Overcooked or whatever.
Overcooked, that too. There's a shocking number of cooking video games. I don't know why. But yeah, so you guys get to this bar, you serve it up. But yeah, as the crew kind of goes to take dinner, the sail's getting reefed for the most part as y'all begin to slow for the evening. Danek comes down, and at least kind of pops around to each of you wherever you might be, and lets you know that Captain invites all you to take your meal with him up by the wheel, if you would.
All right.
So.
We shall do so.
Imagine Glue being sat like immediately behind the captain's wheel. Like, okay.
I'm here. Hello. But so y'all make your way up there with your food. You find like a little a temporary table has kind of been set up that way with some like folding stools and stuff that are kind of all around. It's relatively sizable, but seats for all four of you, as well as Artois, who's already there, and he has a slightly his temporary chair has back because fuck you guys. So he gets the slightly better chair, so he's lounging up there. It appears to be while he's fancy, he does appear to be indulging in a stemless glass of maybe some wine, because stemmed wine glass might be a little pushing it in terms of wisdom. Like, but he does seem to be sitting there sipping on something. Ah, welcome. It is good to see all of you. So, a fine first day of travel. I hope that you discuss the conversation that the two of you had with me to your heart's content, whatever.
Right, yeah, they gave us some enlightening information. I'll just start divvying out this pudding.
Glad to hear that you thought so. Oh! Asta did say that you seem to be working on something that was impressive. It looks quite delectable, I must say.
He doesn't exactly make anything not impressive in the kitchen.
I have heard as much from my men so far today. So
He's probably had my food unless he just doesn't eat.
No, yeah, he did. And the breakfast was good enough itself. But I will say that I will not complain for the duration of your stay with us. If you will be serving meals more than not really needing to earn your keep, but appreciated nonetheless.
I mean, sorority, hospitality, making people feel welcome, even if you're in their boat, is kind of just part of the job.
Sounds like a lovely lady.
I certainly don't complain.
I can understand why you don't. So, eat and tell me what you all were able to make of the information that was shared this morning. What are your thoughts on the matter?
I mean, well, from what I understand, things seem to, I'm just going to be honest, a lot more damn complicated than than originally intended.
Nods. Like,
Uh,
they do tend to end up that way, I found.
right. Well, yeah, my friends were telling me that you feel pretty certain that Anders Stillmore's folks weren't taken down by any pirates.
I believe so, yes. The manner in which they were killed was done in such a way that, as I'm sure your friends told you, that it would have been hard to hide who may have been responsible. If it was one of ours anyway. Perhaps it was another group of pilots who have somehow managed to amass an appreciable amount of influence. But it was not done by someone residing within the holdings.
Right. Well, but real quick, do we know exactly what happened to his parents in particular?
What y'all know is that it kind of seems like it was almost like a raid, like a small scale raid on Saltmarsh itself, where like they were jumped, for lack of a better word, while nearer to their warehouses, like a small scale, very quick in and out, organized, like didn't seem to leave any bodies behind, like hit and run. So whoever did it knew exactly where they were going. Like they knew everything they needed to know, and were good at it.
Okay.
Because it's not like they went anywhere unprotected. Yes,
didn't leave any bodies behind.
Of their own. Like
okay.
none of the raiders fell. Like they left the corpses of those they slew.
Okay, I was gonna say, oh shit,
they're not actually dead. They're fucking
they're pirates.
That's a good idea.
Exactly where
I
was
should
going
have
too.
done that. I'm dumb. I should be like, yeah, no, their bodies never retrieved. That's crazy. Bum bum.
Right. Okay. Well. And I'm sorry. And you said that Li Shin,
Yes.
that you know for a fact that she never deals in any type of slave trade or nothing
No.
like that.
Not at all. No, she doesn't.
Has she ever?
Not all the times that I have known her, and I have known her for quite a while.
I mean, she has like a strict aversion to it, or that's just not something she'll have to deal with.
Aversion to it, perhaps. She does not find it tasteful, at the very least. It is not. She of course, I'm sure you all understand that some things that all of us pilots want is power in one way or another, wealth as well. Of course, she desires these things, but she is more in. She likes to prove herself individually rather than by wresting control of somebody else's life. It's not.
Right.
It is not the kind of powers that she seeks.
Okay. All right. And my friend said that you also mentioned a lieutenant to one of the princes that is kind of a warmonger.
Warmonger is a strong word, and it is not. I assume you refer to Breakbow.
Correct.
Gormish Breakbow, yes.
Yes, he is a character for sure. Very, very lewd, but warmonger may not be the word you are looking for that I would use to describe them, but he and his plants are some of those that believe and would like for things to return to as they were. But they have not been able to convince a unanimous decision out of the princes as a whole to make any aggressive movements as an entire organization to try to get things back. They've not been able to convince anybody to start a war or something more surreptitious in order to remove the clown's presence on the coast.
All right.
But a naval invasion from the crown.
And
That'd get everybody's hand in there, wouldn't it?
Just so. If we were being attacked, what choice would we have but to defend ourselves?
Right. Do you feel like maybe he might be the type of folk that might rile up some Swahagan to try and kind of, I mean, it's on the water, so it can't really dust up too much, but cause a whole stir?
In the water,
Yeah.
it can cause a bunch of you can get
Turbulence.
Sure. In the
Turbulence.
water, yes. Yes, lots of silt.
Choppy.
I wouldn't say that I would put it past him, but Blakebow is, at least himself, is not one for subtlety. So I don't know how effectively he would be able to accomplish it. It certainly wouldn't have been his idea.
Right. Well, right, yeah, we're just trying to wrap our heads around this.
Of course.
You're aware of all the war that we had down there, right?
I did gather that while I was waiting for you all to return to your boat. It is an interesting situation, to be sure. Very well. There were heavy losses on your part, but surely, from what I understand, the four of you played quite a role in ensuring your victory. But,
everybody was doing their part. We just worked pretty well together.
yes, I fail to see why the Sahagin would do such a thing.
Right.
I mean, sure, they may have been able to succeed in overrunning Saltmarsh and slaughtering its inhabitants or whatever, enslaving them, to work on the underwater fortresses, but eventually they would be overcome. They are not a land-going species. I fail to understand why now and why there. It's a very interesting situation, to be sure.
All right. When we first started getting into this whole ordeal, there were some smugglers trying to give pirates to a bunch of lizard folk.
They're trying to give what?
Or smugglers trying to give weapons to a bunch of lizards.
I was like, what?
I said pirates.
Yeah. Huh? Yeah, a bunch of weapons. Yeah. Interesting.
And
why was that?
Cause Swahagan were starting to mess with them as well, and we ended up getting them as allies to help in this fight against the Swahagan.
Light.
Well, maybe he knows the smugglers, right? Smugglers and pirates go hand in hand.
Depends on the smugglers.
Julian, you have his book. What was his name again?
Cody, look through your notes real quick.
Apparently, there's only like 3 pages of them for this whole game.
I am. No, it's all on note cards. I don't have pages.
That's
You take your D&D notes on note cards? You fucking weirdo. How do you keep that organized?
That explains why you have a tough time with your notes, homie.
We gotta get you a binder. My boy.
He had the spell book. I didn't write down the name of the spell book.
Yeah, that was
Actually,
one of
I
the
think
individuals.
I might have that in my inventory. Sand Ballot.
Sand Ballot, yeah.
Yeah.
Sand Ballot was the one that was on land. Yeah. Well, let's see.
Yes, then let me roll the d20 real quick.
Let me see if Artois happens to know. I cannot say that I'm familiar with the name.
That was quick. That must have been a low roll.
It was not good.
Oh no.
That was a big 6 on the dice. He does not know that man.
All right.
I do not profess that I'm familiar with the name, no. But there are, not every smuggler that operates within the seas and on the coast or wherever is associated with us, you understand.
Right, of course.
Profitable, perhaps, but there are some that choose to go their own way.
Right. And so, like I said, we helped get these weapons that they were getting sent there, and we got them to the lizard folks, and lizard folks helped us out. in fighting everything out against these Swahagan, and through a few more connections with some other seafaring races, we kind of made it through by the skin of our teeth. We still have no clue why the Swahagan were attacking the city, and during this whole time, we couldn't get reinforcements from town. Saltmarsh had to defend for itself.
And
come to find out that Seaton was being allegedly threatened to have a pirate invasion if they sent troops down south. That they'd be assaulted on the way somehow by pirates.
Right. Of my ilk, I assume. That's what you mean. That would be interesting. But that would definitely be, I believe, as I told your friends, that would require a bit of agreement. That would be something that we would be doing as a whole, not something that would be permitted for individuals. As you understand that this could lead to some repercussions on our part, because we do not, for the most part, except for those that, as we've discussed, do. We do not wish to bring the full wrath of the Royal Navy on our heads.
Right.
As they have been less focused on outer threats in recent years. They're a lot more pleasant and reactive than they used to be.
All right. And so anyway, we go through and we get allies from this place and that place, and we help get the town into fighting shape so we can go out there and save the day, I guess. Whatever, however you want to paint it. And we get back, and the leader of Saltmarsh gets thrown in jail with another council member.
Right. This is Eliander Firebrand.
Correct. And Primwater.
Galen Primwater, yes, the other councilman. Right. Yeah.
And so they send some folks from Seaton to come look at everything, and there's all kinds of secret cubby holes they have in their house and office, and regardless of the office being in the barracks the whole time, there are secret compartments that are in there. We find evidence that people have broken in from exterior-wise in Firebrand's window, and we got a magic stick that comes from a mage from the holes created there.
Interesting. Right. Just some more the holes. All right.
A ward, if you know him.
Ward.
Right.
And how do you know it was made by this ward?
We got it looked at by another purveyor of fine magical goods, and because it mentioned them by name in one of the notes.
Interesting. But I see the stick. Curiosity. No.
That particular name could be just as much a plant as Li Xian's name, but
still,
that's the only name we have.
Did we bring the stick with us? I thought we left the stick with Captain Shepard. Or did we take it with us?
I brought it with you.
You brought it with us?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Oh, I mean, we got the stick. Obviously, if you break it, it does the magic thing, so I'd appreciate you not breaking it.
I have no intention. Just one moment. And he just kind of holds out his hand and kind of picks it up between, because he's got those little extra long nails. Just kind of grabs up and is just kind of twisted over and just puzzling as he kind of traces over the runes and things that are carved on here. And then he just kind of hands it back a few moments. Well, while World is not exactly a unique name, between the fact that he is a mage within the holdings, specifically one who purveys in magic goods, and I'm pretty sure that is a work of, you're looking for Bloody Ward, as some call him.
Bloody Ward.
Bloody
All
Ward.
Right.
a nickname. He is not a huge fan, but earned nonetheless. The owner and proprietor of, I think perhaps is the only independent magic shop within the holdings.
All right.
It's the only independent one that's worth a shit anyway.
All right. Well, maybe we could pay him a visit. I don't know I don't know this individual at all, or how things are supposed to run in your town, or how frowned upon it might be to ask questions of that nature.
It depends on the individual. I will warn you, Ward is interesting. An interesting individual.
All right.
But I will let you find that out for yourself. It kind of doesn't have the same impact if you just explain it. But
Sure.
does good work, so can't say that it
Mild
surprises me.
concern on Julian's face when he says that.
I'm
He just looks kind of like he's kind of pondering. He's like, yeah.
I'm just imagining us opening up a magic shop, and then there's just some like super weird human that's running around like Sebulba, where he walks around on his hands and manipulates everything with his feet, or just some fucking wild shit. Like
He's a weird guy, but he's a skilled mage, so perhaps he'll be able to answer your questions. Makes a good, is, as I said, the only, possibly the only independent mage.
All right.
Independent meaning he doesn't have allegiance to any prince.
Correct. He does not owe his loyalty necessarily to anyone in particular.
What about to our friend the doctor?
Was the doctor? Not that I'm aware of.
All right.
He
But
does not.
still-
He doesn't like to tie himself down. How's that? What was that? Was that Jakob I was hearing?
Yeah.
What was that?
You
Buddy?
could still say he's pirate related though, or associated.
Correct. I mean, he lives in Hull's Hearth. Makes his living from selling his wares to pilots and whatever merchants are associated who can make their way there.
All right. So
Do you
yeah.
know?
Oh, go ahead.
Do you know why he would have any dealings with Primwater?
With Plumwater specifically, did it seem like you said there was a note? Did it seem like Plumwater had purchased it from him himself? Or
Well, it seems like they were in some sort of cahoots together, because this was seemingly from Ward.
from Ward? Yes, as I said, he sells magical items that he creates.
Yeah, the note itself seemed like it was from Ward, right? Am I misremembering that?
Yes,
And
it
didn't
was said that Ward assures me
Okay.
that it
gotcha.
would be, so whoever was writing the note was referring to Ward in reference to creating the stick.
But not in managing the results.
Primwater.
But and it is entirely possible the issue being, I doubt Plumwater knows where Hill's Hearth is. It is not exactly information that is just handed out to whoever. But if you ask him, perhaps he may know. He does serve a variety of customers, but he is not cheap either. So
Right.
there can only be so many that can afford to purchase from him, at least regularly, for trinkets.
I understand. All right. So this note is saying, hey, if you get into some trouble, let me know along the usual passage or usual channels, and after an hour, pop this stick, and it should, from what I understand how the spell works, it lets you see into another place, and I imagine whoever they need to talk to will be in that place to give them proper instructions, kind of like, you know.
A magical dead drop.
Right. There you go. Yeah, I read a
Interesting.
spy novel that had them called dead drops. That's right.
Yes, usually for leaving informational goods somewhere to be picked up at the time, so that it's not to be delayed into action. But this, I mean, an interesting way to confer, I guess, if they do not trust information to be passed. So either other magical means or through paper or messages.
Right.
So,
And I mean, that's about it. It took us a long time to decipher the codes that they had everything set up with, and I can speak to people from a distance if I've seen them,
Impressive.
and so I've spoken with Firebrand some, and I've spoken with Primwater, and Primwater seems to be a damn fool. And Firebrand seems to be stoic in the fact that he's been arrested, but he knows he's innocent. But will probably let himself get hung if he feels like it's for the, I guess, keep everything safe. I don't know.
Not promoter. Sorry, Artois just kind of is like, ugh. Like,
Right.
Well,
So we're trying to save a man from, not getting killed by some other type of conspiracy, whether it be framing him or trying to knock him off the board, as it were.
it is very valiant of you all.
Right. But I mean, this seems to involve a whole lot of your folks potentially.
Does it not? It is very interesting because I note from what you all have told me in our previous conversations this morning with the two of you, this was what we are sharing now. So, the trusted commander of the King's men that is within your Saltmarsh has been taken away and accused of a serious crime.
Right.
Leaving and taking one of the other pillars of, if not intelligence, at the very least of financial, providing financial support, and maybe some other political stability. Leaving who else? I must say, I know that I heard of Owland, as well as a Copperlocks.
Right.
And then
sell
this
more.
Anders, yes, this young man who hates us desperately. Who you have also said is doing his best to push for retaliation.
Vigorously.
And I'm more familiar with the Duke. The Duke does not particularly like us either. Seems to blame us for his brother's passing. Not as that's going on.
Julian looks nonplussed.
Not as that's going on. He always gets the short end of the stick.
You traffic a few dozen people and everyone's like, "Oh, you're a monster."
What's up with that thing? Really? Really?
It was like 5 murders. Come on.
Like they have not killed more than that. It seems to me somebody would like us to fight. Does it not?
Seems that way.
I agree.
The list of people that benefit from conflict between Saltmarsh/Seaton and the princes is an ambiguous list.
Indeed. Well, it depends. What do they get out of us fighting? What can be gained?
I mean, I don't know if the Duke gets more troops under his control, or maybe
Perhaps.
a larger force that he might be able to grow Seaton as a more of a military stronghold. I don't know.
I do
I'm not
them.
I say it is ambiguous because those are the kinds of questions we don't have immediate answers to. Without knowing that, it's hard to put the pieces together.
Does bring more attention down to Saltmarsh and Seaton.
Surely.
A couple of months ago, I was a farmer and a cook. I'm way in over my head, and I'm half as tall as y'all are, so.
It is an interesting progression of professions.
Yep.
So far, so fast. Impressive. So, there's an unnamed entity, or specifically unnamed anyway, that would like the Sea Princes and the forces of Kierland, at least on the coast, to fight it out. And we do not know what they might gain.
Right.
We are weakened. Sure. The
Of
princes
course,
are weakened.
that is assuming that their plot advances far enough to conflict. It could have stopped as short as needing a scapegoat for something.
Of course. But why
Blame the pirates.
blames the
Achieve your
pirates?
goal.
Sure. So perhaps conflict with us is a byproduct.
Right, that's my point.
That is if you assume that whoever orphaned the young Anders is not one that's the same.
Right.
More questions we don't have answers to.
Indeed. And that is why I say, while you are in Holzhearth, it may do you good to escalate. Get to know some people, perhaps.
One
Do you-
thing. Oh, go ahead.
Do you know if Li Shin and Garmesh have bad blood between each other?
Specifically, I do not believe so. I don't know feuds. And even if they did, they would not act on them independently.
A dearth of good blood, perhaps.
Absolutely not. Garmesh is pig-headed. He's very stubborn. And not
But he's-
exactly a genius.
He's kind of only an enforcer, though, right? Those are probably kind of good qualities you want, someone like that.
Depending on who your boss is, I'm sure that all they value is muscle. But
Okay.
he is good at being muscle. Yes.
Enforcer seems like an oversimplification of how you
Exactly.
lieutenants operate.
Bart just gives an expression of, yeah, farmer and cook. I don't know how the operations work.
We enforce our points as well. Yes.
Right.
Perhaps
Maintain
More importantly-
reputation.
would we be able to perhaps speak to Miss Li Xian during our landside visit?
Entirely possible if she is within port.
Do you maybe by chance have like any paintings or anything like that over? If I could see her, I might be able to.
His eyebrow just goes up. We are not involved in that manner, unfortunately.
It's like, yeah, right here in my wallet, I got this little picture.
And all my kids.
I didn't know if maybe she had like a place in town or something that she might have had a portrait done of her or something like that we could peek at.
I'm sure that it is not impossible, but I do not have it here on my vessel.
No, absolutely. I mean, in case she's not in port,
Right.
and we still needed to try and get an eyeball on what she might look like.
You could ask around, I'm sure.
Okay, I mean, I didn't know
That's-
maybe y'all had, drinks at some point and saw that she had a giant. Oh, sorry. Okay, we'll do.
It's like weird,
Just get,
vaguely
the big
confused.
sideways
He's
look
got like
right there.
clearly I have not spent enough time on land to understand what this strange customs that you seem to think that we may possess.
Sure.
But I am sure that this is entirely possible.
Okay,
She is allowed.
and we were also kind of discussing. You have us doing this beneficial work for both of our parties because we are not sea princes affiliated, and we
Indeed.
have all the reason to beat up the doctor and
Mhm.
get Julian's brother back.
Yes.
How's that going to work whenever we get to town here and folks see us coming off your ship? Are we going to have to be smuggled off, or how's that to be arranged?
I'm going to assume that you are not going to walk around screaming it to the heavens that you are
Okay.
here to do work for me.
Wasn't planning on it.
At the very least, not work that would potentially anger those who you would be doing it against.
I think his concern is more that I have a charming and memorable smile, and my friend here
Gestures at Gloob.
is hardly a surreptitious appearing individual.
Bart's like he says the word.
Gloob looks at his note at the words what it means and then gives a nod.
Hey.
This is correct.
Artois just kind of flourishes a hand. He says, "Well, as for you, my amphibious friend, while definitely a minority, you are not alone within our holdings. Perhaps not exactly the same, but there are folks that look similar to you at the very least. Not very many, but not a complete oddity. You're a little more puzzling. There are those that have fish-ish parts. If you're familiar with Tritons, perhaps they are a seafaring people. Little fishes, they have fins and breathe underwater. You may be able to have pass as perhaps bastard kin of one of theirs. I do not know. But I think the majority of your what may do you good is to not, good gracious, hiccups, intentionally draw attention to yourselves en masse.
Right.
You may get some comments, I am sure. If you didn't, I would find that more strange. But don't go around saying your name all over the place. And don't intentionally try to rub shoulders with those you think might have anything to do with the Darkdale or Farenzal and his plans.
And where do you think Farenzal would be?
I mean, he is quite possibly at sea still. Or he could be there. I don't know. But there, you should be able to steer clear of him.
So you're saying you want to make sure we keep a low profile while we're in town, and
Low enough to don't make a stink. I think
Right.
is for the most part. Asking questions
I believe
perhaps, should be fine.
a
Yes.
phrase from Saltmarsh of "Don't start no shit, won't be no shit" applies.
Just so.
right. Well, I guess my
Maybe.
kind of thinking
Depends
is that Farenzal,
depends on everybody's mood and how much they've had to drink, but nothing major anyway.
right. My kind of worry is that Farenzal's folks just attacked us outright in the middle of Saltmarsh, and I know he already had folks there, but if I'm assuming he's got folks in town we're coming to as well, so
Is
if
that
they
right?
see us, that seems like that's going to be a situation. And if they don't outright attack, then they'll probably keep an eye on us, and they might just track us hopping on your boat. So I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't any type of extra precaution we needed to take so that our inconspicuous nature isn't blown up and unrevealed to everyone.
I imagine that he will not, or they will not be exactly expecting you to stroll in at all, actually, under no particular headway, let alone my own vessel. If you feel the need to perhaps disguise yourselves in any way, I will say you, kind of points at you, Gloob, you are very well dressed, my friend.
Gloob tries his best not to blush.
It just kind of roll a deception check.
Roll a deception check.
22. I played off very well.
You do. You play it off extremely well.
Not
Okay.
deception though. Deception check with Constitution modifier. You're forcing your cheeks not to get rosy.
It's actually that should be better for him because his con mod is higher than
Better
it.
than mine. Yeah,
You're
it'd
like-
be one higher.
It'll be a 23. So yeah, you play it off cool, but yes, you are very well dressed. So perhaps change up your ways if you think that he may recognize your flashier garb.
I don't think I had this
You did not.
when Farenzal attacked us first.
No.
New
didn't look.
wardrobe.
No, what? Oh, perfect. Then he will not be. You'll be blend. quite frankly, you'll probably blend in better just as you are now anyway. So left is you.
This man is validating everything Luke has ever believed.
Well, I mean, from what you've seen, Pirates like flashy clothes, and he himself likes nice clothes. So
much validation happening for Gloob right now.
And yeah, we got new clothes when we left Seaton, so they're not seeing a halfling in a large brim green hat and a green cloak or coat. So
but
I guess we're without a beard.
This is a highly populated area.
Right.
I say, if you are staying away from those areas, more loyal to Farenzal and his groups, then I think you should probably be fine. They will not be expecting you to show up here. You won't. I mean, quite frankly, you will not stand out as much as you think you will. It is a motley, to say the least.
Right. And hypothetical, just so that we're all clear here. Say we're gonna go get some more pineapples for another, rum pineapple upside down pudding like this.
It's quite delicious, by the way. It's kind of
bump into Farenzal right in the middle of town, and he decides that him and his halfling friend are going to start torching the city to try and kill us in an insane fervor.
Mm-hmm.
I would assume that you'll probably just leave us here rather than let us back on your boat.
I would recommend that if you wish any further assistance from us, that you find a way to do it quietly.
To get back on the boat quietly?
Or to locate myself, or one of mine quietly.
An equally important question would be, if we were to run into Farenzal and his associates, is outright attacking us the most likely outcome? Or are their actions also managed by being within the bounds of the city?
They might normally, except he is who he is. Meaning he wields the same authority that I do. So he would probably try to take you, I would assume. And could quite possibly offer rewards or the like for assistance in doing so. If he just finds you while you're here, it's not like you haven't exactly had the opportunity to make friends who may assist you purely off of loyalty alone.
That's a key bit of information. I mean, if Farenzal can sick the policing body of town after us, that's a good thing to know. Policing, whatever you have for the group of people who beats the shit out of people who don't follow a loose set of rules or guidelines in town.
A constabulary, as it were.
He's just kind of like mulling that over. He's like, I suppose that something of that sort exists to some extent.
I suppose
I was thinking more in the lines of the general populace.
Right. Okay, sure. Just like a mob, then, is what you
quite
mean.
Possibly, yes. If they feel like... Yes.
Was more along the lines of, do the princes have a policy of no conflict within the city?
No. That would be almost impossible to enforce.
Fair enough.
As long as it remains small scale, for the most part, it is ignored.
On a semi-related note, but unrelated note, what are the rules of parlay? Like, actually, on the...
The rules of what?
Parlay? It was in a story I read. It was kind of like a timeout to fighting.
That is not really real. I hate to tell you.
All right. Well, I mean...
That is... I mean, if by all means, if you can convince your opponent to stop and proceed with negotiations, I commend you. But there's no guaranteed way to make such a thing happen.
All right, fair enough.
what is the bounty on our friend's head here?
So what? There's no bounty on his head.
On Julian's head?
Correct.
Oh, I was under the assumption that the
He
doctor
is being hunted.
pumping out. So there's no reward for turning it in.
Not since I've been made aware of.
Give Yaku like, what do you?
Yeah, Artois kind of looking at you. He's got like the spoon, like from where he just ate a bite of pudding. He's just kind of like.
I'm asking because if we show up to this town,
yes, that is
and
what
somebody gets an itchy knife finger,
right,
because the doctor put a dead or alive bounty out on Julian.
right.
I want to know how many people are gonna try to, go after him.
The doctor is a relatively secretive individual. His laboratory and whatnot. They are not on the same island. Yes, and he has the patronage of Feronzal's prince. Therefore, Feronzal and whatever resources the prince is mustering are being sent to acquire him. At least, and it seems to be they are trying to do so a little bit, as you said, surreptitiously.
All right.
The exact why of that, I could not be certain. But they do seem to want to find you relatively quietly. Return you to his labs. So, as long as you do not make too much of a fuss. And as I said, we will be there for a day, perhaps. I'm sure if you spend too much time there, they would hear eventually. But one day should be fine. And after this thing is done, well, so tragic that he perished. He must not have been worth the money. But you, valuable fighters, free for the hiring.
I mean, another question I had: what's the whole deal with this doctor anyway? Obviously, it seems like he works with the same prince that Feronzal does. Is that a correct assumption?
Yes, he works for the same individual, with Blanket's blessing from the princes as a whole, under the assumptions that he would prove useful. But as I have said on the first meeting, it seems that is not the case.
Right. And so he's doing all kinds of things to try and prove useful. Do you know to what ends what he's doing? What he's trying to accomplish?
He's making monsters.
Right. So he's just trying to make
living weapons.
Okay, whip. All right.
Do you not remember the thing that jumped us on the deck of the ship?
No, I do for sure. I just didn't know if he was trying to make more efficient pirates or just making monsters, or if he had some other nefarious type kind of thing that he wanted to do with all this.
I don't imagine that there is anyone who wouldn't appreciate having those things at their beck and call.
Right, but I mean, you're a super good swimmer. You got a great smile. I mean, there might be people who want to get that kind of stuff.
Perhaps eventually, but for the moment, it seems to be mostly to satisfy whatever curiosity he has, I suppose. And it's simply it is potentially useful, happy circumstance, as far as he is concerned anyway.
Okay.
He seems to enjoy his work.
But I mean, you're wanting to go out of your way to get rid of this fella.
He does not seem to be worth what is being, what's the word I'm looking for, allocated for him in his works.
Poor investment.
Poor investment indeed.
So you're hoping that whenever he's off the table, you'll get a little bit of that investment your way?
Me specifically, no. But perhaps resources that could be allocated elsewhere.
All right. I'm just trying to understand the motive, right? So
of why we want to get rid of him. As I said,
right.
He is a waste of time and money.
But for a prince that's not yours, why does your prince care?
He was brought to the table as an investment, as a whole. He was initially came via Phalanzal's prince, but he has been invested in by all.
Right.
He
The
is
whole pirate hold is footing the bill.
The princes, yes, he was made as an investment as a whole, but he does not seem to be panning out.
So I'm kind of also getting the kind of in between the lines there is that if Farenzal and his prince manage to get something that all the other sea princes have invested into, it gets killed on their watch. That kind of looks pretty bad on them, huh?
Surely so. It is there are others that everybody has pitched in a little bit for their defenses. And part of what we are going to be doing while we are in Hull's Hearth is getting those retracted, at least for those that we are allied with, so they will not be caught in the crossfire.
Why? Maybe I'm not getting this, but why doesn't your prince just stop with the donations to this project if it's ongoing?
Because this will get us pointed back in a better direction as a whole. It is about redirecting the whole, not just our individual wants and needs.
Can I roll an insight check on that? I want to see if there's ulterior motives here.
Sure.
Probably
Roll away.
Yeah. Insight's my strong suit. 19 plus 1 for a dirty 20. Let's go.
He's
Dirty
like, I know
20?
pirates. Yeah.
I mean, as best you can tell, that seems to be truth. Like when he says like that this seems to be like a waste. He 100% like not just of like this is a waste of our money, like a bad gamble. Like it just seems like he believes like they are wasting resources that would be better put elsewhere, not just in pocket.
Gotcha.
Like they could be doing something with what they're currently wasting on this guy.
We're Shadowrunners.
Yeah. Where would you put those resources?
It depends. We'd look for opportunities, potentially in the lot of you, if you prove to be as good as we think you are.
Fucking yanked in space.
That is, of course, at your own discretion, but we shall see.
Ever seen a grown man in full plate armor swoon?
His faints at the table. Is he all right?
Junk.
Or perhaps others like you. There are better things that we could be doing.
What about you personally? What type of better things if say you job's finished, we got everything taken care of, and your prince says, "Hey, that's a good job getting those folks over there to take care of that doctor thing." And he asked you, what would you do with this investment? What would your response to him be?
Just kind of looks over at all over the four of you. Just for a few seconds, several beats, just kind of leaving that question hanging in the silence for a few months. Perhaps expanding on networks, inland information. Perhaps trying to expand our influence within the sea. More pilots under our command, answering to us, doing the jobs that we want them to do, not just complete chaos. More organization in that way. Incentive, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
Ultimately, while I am stunningly handsome and quite charming, my prince and her plans are ultimately the ones I follow.
Did he say her plans?
Correct.
Oh.
Note taking time, just like that.
You get a new note card now, Cody.
You can fit 3 sentences on each fucking card.
He's got the wide rule note card.
Oh god! Were there spaces in between what was written on there? Are you jumping lines on your fucking note card? Jesus Christ, you can fit even less. You can fit 2 sentences on that thing.
That's why I got like 20 of them.
Oh my god. But I am simply a... What's the word I'm looking for? Ian can't think of it. Not Farenzall, fucking Artois would know what it was.
Oh, basket for all my note cards.
I simply enable her wishes.
All right. Well,
If you stick around, perhaps you will find out.
right. Well, I guess what I'm getting at is if you're trying to invest more money into us, and we're trying to find out why we can get people from getting executed and sent to death and stopping an outright war between a bunch of pirates and Navy folk. I mean, if we're trying to stop a whole bunch of people getting killed, that seems like a pretty good mission for both of us. I think everybody could get behind that. Just kind of mostly turns towards Yaku.
At the very least, I can support the idea of not having my people decimated in a fruitless war. So,
I mean, loss of life is tragic on all sides, right? So yeah, I'd definitely be motivated to try and stop something like that. I just hope, you know, maybe with your prince or princess or however that works, you can. Maybe you won't have so much of, if we're trying to help you out, go towards the less reputable side of your pirate organization and the slaving and murder and stuff.
perhaps. Time will tell. So, there are, however, other matters at hand still. You still must successfully assassinate or slaughter your way through whatever the doctor has waiting for you. I do not know. I have not been by recently to see whether more of his experiments have been successful. They have not been successful enough, from what I understand, but I'm sure he has something in addition to whatever defenses.
All right, but you said that there'd be a lot of folks that were pulled off of the defenses
Correct.
whenever we get there. All right, so I mean, we'll still have. It's
He
going to be.
He will not be left undefended, no. But
Right.
hopefully it should be much more manageable for the amount of you.
Blue will kind of straddle his gaze between Julian and Artois and say, does the doctor experiment on himself as well? Or just other people?
Not from what
Not
I
that
understand.
I've ever seen.
So he's just a guy, right?
Surgeon, magician,
Very
and a real bastard.
intelligent. Yes. Kind of a dick, honestly.
Quite frankly, Prospero, I don't care about the methodology as long as my brother makes it out and the doctor suffers a very great deal.
I care not either, as long as it is done. Take whatever liberties you wish. Somebody make a noise. Thank
Pretty
you.
much the last, like, 20-30 minutes of this conversation, Julian's been kind of stone-faced, thoughts elsewhere.
Right.
Julian,
Hmm.
I told you that I'd help you get the doctor, and I will. I just want to know, do you want to be the one to kill him? Or if there's an opportunity, do one of us take the opportunity?
Preferably, but what I want and what's realistic may not align. We'll have to see.
Do people
If
back
it's-
in? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
If it's that or him getting away, kill him. But if we got him cornered, I'll handle it.
Do people back in Seaton even know about the doctor or anything like that? I mean, is this like a
Not really.
known guy? Okay. I didn't know
Julian
if there was like if
specifically.
he was a wanted person or anything like that.
Not that you're aware of.
Julian had spent a couple of weeks trying to find information on him before the campaign even started.
I know
Right.
because of Julian.
So I was just trying to see if there would be remotely any grounds for going, we could capture him and bring him to justice, but it would just be like, hey, this guy did a lot of really terrible things, and there'd just be a guard looking at us like,
Can you prove
Okay.
it?
Yeah.
We have proof. Right. So
Julian would gloob the fuck out of that guy.
that's fucked up. You're
Yeah,
affirmed
we turn
now.
this guy. We have this guy to turn in. Just turns around and he's just like red mist, and it's like, fuck.
Holy shit.
Looks like someone fired a handful of tomatoes out of one of those potato cannon things. Just
do you know how big of a compound this fellow might have, or do you remember anything about it, Julian? Or I mean, we talking like a series of few buildings, or a large like castle, or what are we really looking at here?
It is a cave system that has been renovated.
All right.
I wasn't given much
It's open
information while
concept
there.
now.
It has been, they have expanded in some places, of course, it's made more niceties, but it is well hidden, which is what was important at the time. But
Right,
it is not insignificant in size. And I think that he is had it expanded as needed.
All right. Well, here's another situation is that we're probably going to go in there, and I doubt he's not going to have any people that he's currently either working on or planning to work on. And I was wanting to know the logistics of getting those people to safety.
Good question.
Many will be lost to madness.
Quite possibly, yes. From what I understand, his methodology is not exactly good for the psyche. And the individuals
gestures
involved.
vaguely at many scars.
But if you find those that you wish to rescue, I'm sure something can be negotiated. If not outright hand-waved, as a favor.
We like hand waved as a favor. That's nice.
We shall see. Depending on who they are, perhaps they can be offered new lines of work.
Insight check, just to make sure he's
Okay,
not
roll.
saying, we'll take him back to town and see who wants to put him in chains. 25.
25. No, he legitimately means like if they have
Okay,
skills and
okay.
stuff like, or he kind of is like glances at Julian when he said
Yeah.
like new lines of work, like
Okay.
if they have acquired useful skills and abilities, perhaps they could be employed
They can
as
give-
pirates. Like,
Yeah.
Julian just wants to fish again.
not meaning specifically you, but like if any of them are
Okay.
like if some of them turn out like you, because you went from being some fisherman to ostensibly a bit of a killing machine. So that's pretty good turnout as far as our 12 is concerned. Like, oh, that's pretty good,
I
not
was like
bad.
trying to recruit Julian. Like we got
No,
people
no,
trying
no.
to make him an adventure, people trying to make him a monster. Like I just
No,
want to fish,
no.
mama.
All right. Well, while we're in town, I'll try to prepare for the worst and get some more
Sure.
resources to try and take on maybe a few dozen more mouths if it turns out that might be what needed. For how long of a trip from here?
From Hillshearth to the compound, it will probably be about a little under a week, 4 or 5 days.
All right. So, all right.
Fairly isolated.
Alright. Yeah, Bart just starts doing some head math. All right.
Food math.
Okay.
But we should get to yes. Yes.
Those that are lost to the pain and suffering,
Mm-hmm.
what do we do? This is more of a question for us than you.
I believe so,
Arclaw.
yes.
We'll put him down.
I mean, we might be able to help them.
Do you feel comfortable? I'm not sure how I feel, to be honest with you. All of y'all. The idea of killing people who are suffering.
Right.
Julian looks at you, just unblinking, as grim-faced as you've ever seen him. He says,
We'll put him down.
If they need it.
Yeah, if you would remember, like you guys fought against that one guy that was when y'all scrabbled Farenzall, and he was almost like an animal in behavior, like almost seeming to run on almost purely instinct. Somebody make a noise, please.
Yeah. Jakob is more talking about, like, I don't know, somebody who's in the process of, like, getting
Yeah.
Julian's. Or the big guy.
Everybody's a verb today.
And they're just like, just kill me.
Right. That's fair.
Oh. If it comes to that, it won't be easy, but if that's what they believe needs to be done. I want to save as many people as we can from this. I want to hold the people who are responsible.
I'm here to save one. Anything else is extra.
I agree with you, Jakob. As many as possible.
Yeah, I'm bound my promise to you to get your brother back, but kind of bound by Sorolly to try to get as many as I can back. In any case, I guess we'll have more than a week to ask any other questions if they come to mind.
Indeed.
I'm gonna need it.
And of course, yes, take your time to think. I know that what you pursue now is relatively straightforward, but plots and the like bear more thinking of.
Just completely, like, minutes later, coming back on the realism. Is it supposed to be a secret that your prince or princess is not a prince? I don't know how that works. Should I not say anything? Should I just use prince to make it more, keep the anonymity to it?
Prince is the title
Right.
of our leadership. But like I said,
So no princess. Don't use princess.
it would. She may kill you, yes. So I would not recommend it.
probably best if you didn't.
Hey, princess! Oh, go!
Boo! Ah! But their anonymity is mostly outside of the holdings, as I said. People who come to Holt's Hearth come there because they know where it is.
Right.
Well, they are not parading about. They are more known. We simply... You are on this ship, but just in case. We'll wait until Holt's Hearth, and perhaps we will share more. Learn more.
All right.
Plus, I like to wow people.
All right. Well.
And there's not details you need to know at this time. So, as you said,
Well,
I know you can talk to people over long distances. He just kind of points at you, Bart. So, understand
we get to see
my
your face,
caution.
You know, we can communicate a lot easier. It could be beneficial to all parties.
I also do not have a painting of her either.
Oh, well.
Bit weird. Anyway.
I mean, I don't know. She could be your wife for all I know.
No. No.
Insight check.
If you want to make an insight check, make an insight check.
Why the fuck did
The
I waste the
DC is
natural
too-
20 on that? Why did I waste the natural 20 on the scene his prince was his wife?
You have no idea, Glue, but with a natural 20, he finds the idea legitimately very funny.
Okay.
He says, so, I think this has been a very productive dinner. However,
Right, yeah. I think it was good at establishing a trusting working relationship, and I appreciate the candor.
I'm sure that brimming with trust all the way around. And he just kind of looks at Jakob, who I imagine has not looked particularly friendly for most of this conversation. Looks like you smelled something gross just the entire time. But if you think of any other questions, of course, do not hesitate to ask. I won't guarantee I'll answer them, but you're welcome to ask.
All right.
And enjoy the ride, I guess.
We
Whole
brought
sauce
a
is
lot
a
of alcohol on
bit of
board.
experience.
Bart just blurts out, we brought a lot of alcohol on board. Are there rules about drinking on the job? I don't want to step on any toes.
They're pirates. They drink all the time.
They drink a lot, but as long as nobody is fucking up, I do not care.
All right.
They are relatively knowledgeable of their own limits, and they will reap the consequences if they don't. It is a simple thing.
If you give these people too much alcohol, I will kill them.
Jakob writes it down.
Write that down.
Write that down. I will not keep you from your night, and I do not intend to keep myself from my night either, I believe.
All right.
With the extra progress we made today, I will take an early night, and perhaps the winds will be favorable as well tomorrow. We can only hope.
Breakfast for that many mouths comes early.
He's just kind of... You're very ambitious. He stands
Dedicated to his craft.
up. And
I mean,
plays well, as they say.
sometimes when you treat people the way you like to be treated, sometimes they'll take on extra passengers with no free charge once you save them from a completely horrendous situation that they didn't want to be in. And Bart will just walk out the room while he's saying that.
Prospero just kind of smiles. It's just like tilts his head to one side. Anyway, a good evening to all of you. Steps
Julian
away.
takes his almost untouched plate and walks out.
And on that note, we're gonna go ahead and take a break ourselves. As it's almost 9:30. We'll be back here in a little bit. Just take a quick bio break, refresh, drink, stand up, walk around, maybe do some jumping stacks, whatever the fuck you need to refresh your mind and body before
Stacks.
jumping stacks.
My favorite.
But we'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. Bye. And hello, we return again. This time with some time to do things in. Welcome back, us. Yeah, so we're here to do the other quarter of our Saltmarsh game because we went like a good chunk over before where we normally take a break. But real quick before we get into that brief recap of what happened, our party, we're doing some stuff during the day. They, and by they I mean Gloob and Julian, updated Bart. I'm pointing in the wrong way for you guys. Updated Bart and Jakob on the conversation that they had with Prospero Artois in the morning, kind of sharing some information, going some back and forth theory crafting and the like. A lot of paranoia, which is fucking awesome. It's so good. And then they went about their day, knowing that they had a scheduled conversation that evening at dinner with Prospero Artois. Jakob did his best to intimidate the pirates through his skills and speed, making use of his newly acquired ability to cast Expeditious Retreat to speed himself a little bit, learning of perhaps his daughter's ability to now assist him, maybe, or is it just the ring? Who knows? It's a little weird, but making quite the show. Gloob doing his best to educate himself on shiply terms, while paying special attention to both Prospero Artois as well as Denek Arsted, his first mate. And Bart hung out, and Julian, I believe, more or less hung out. And then they spoke to Artois once more, learning some things, telling him what their theories were, trading some back and forth, gaining some more information about their destination, Hull's Hearth, as well as learning of Bloody Ward, who seemed to be the creator of that stick they found, and were informed that he's an interesting guy, but oh yeah, sure, yeah, you should check him out. Also, that confirming that if she's around, they should probably be able to arrange a meeting with Captain Li Xian and maybe see what she has to allow. Maybe perhaps they'll find out some other fun things along the way. But as we'll rejoin our parties is this evening, as y'all have exited your dinner with Captain Prospero Artois. Is there anything else anybody would like to do for the night?
Yeah. If we're all in the cabin, I'd like to just say, Julian.
Julian would not have been in the cabin.
Oh, okay. Well,
anything? You just kind of. Would you like to put this on a shelf until he would be down in the cabin?
Yeah, if you want to speak to him, he's out on the deck at the moment.
I mean, if I can get everybody in the same place at the same time and it's private, then yes.
The deck is not private in any shape or form.
Then no.
So okay,
We'll
so
all
Jakob,
sleep in
you're
the
kind of
same place eventually.
So Jakob, you're kind of hanging out until everybody's down below decks to have a conversation. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else have anything in particular they would like to do for the moment?
Did a pretty cloudless night.
Yeah, like I said, it was a very clear day. The wind, the easy winds that y'all were riding, kind of have abated for the most part, but leaving a mostly cloudless sky.
We will find a well illuminated part of the ship, wherever I can, really.
Oh.
And I'll get the little bullseye lantern out if I need to, and like crack it open, not like all the way, but just a little bit, so it gives me some light. And crack open that book and continue writing in it.
All right.
Wherever that works. Like if I need to get somewhere high, so the sails and stuff aren't in the way, I'll crawl up to the crow's nest if I need to.
There would be somebody in there. Somebody would be occupying the crow's nest.
That'd be fine. I'd shoot in there with them.
Sure. Yeah, you get up there. Like I said, the sails are mostly reefed. It is a 3-masted ship, so they still cast a good bit of shadow,
Right.
even reefed. So yeah, you get up there. There's let's see. Hold on, let me kind of. It looks like a bit of an. It may be older, or maybe he's just had a lot of sun. You're not quite sure whether which it is, but very kind of like leathery faced pirate. He's up there. I mean, if you're just gonna sit up here, whatever. Turns back to kind of looking out at the ocean. Once you kind of make yourself settled.
I won't get in your way. Just tell me if I'll keep an eye out this way if you want to keep an eye out that way.
Just kind of, yeah, all right. Kind of watches you for a second and just kind of goes back to kind of peering out into the darkness. Poor humans, no dark vision.
Blue with not a whole lot of social awareness, so I'm just gonna say, hey, you look pretty old for a pirate. Have you ever met a Captain Darby before? One eye?
Looks over.
Kind of dresses like I do.
25. Oh no. No, it's okay. It is not. It just. Can't say I have.
Okay.
You just spend a good bit of time just writing in your book.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else?
I was gonna go below deck and have a chat with Jakob if he ever goes below deck.
I believe.
Yakov's waiting in the room.
Jakob is not spending any more time among pirates than he has to. He's like, keep them away! Damn it! These are
Yuck. Pirates.
power of Christ compels you. The power of Christ compels. Sorry, made myself chuckle. That's all that matters.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go down in there, and I'm just already smoking a pipe with Brila kind of patterned in behind me. How you been doing, Yakim? Seem like you're a little tense on the ship.
Yeah, I mean, I'm good. Just a lot of pirates.
Yeah. You just kind of seem like you really, really hating all this.
Yeah, I mean, never been a big fan of pirates. And the drinking doesn't help.
And just kind of give him like a, I mean, you got all those booze yourself though.
Well, I mean, I heard somewhere alcohol is like a social lubricant. And I figured you might need a lot of alcohol to talk to pirates, getting nice and drunk. I was trying to help out.
All right. You feel like if you go up deck, you'll drink?
I mean, the temptation's there, but it's more of I'd rather not associate myself with these individuals.
Right. I mean, all these folks might not be bad people.
Might not be bad people, but they support a system that allows the capturing of innocent people, murder of innocent people, exploitation of innocent people. I get that not everybody can be as fortunate to have the same income sources as us. But
Well, I mean, I know it's not quite the same, but you follow the law of Seaton and Saltmarsh, right?
I do.
And they got Firebrand, and they took him to town, and they're going to kill him.
That is true, but I don't know that it's the Duke or the King that are pushing these things out.
That's a system that supports it, though, right?
I mean, we don't know that Firebrand is going to die.
I thought they said that the charge was treason, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, you can be charged with anything. They need to find you guilty of what you've been charged with before they can pass the judgment. And I mean, I'm not a naive man.
Right. I'm not trying to talk you around in circles or make you think that following the law is a bad thing or anything like that. I'm not trying to get in your head and turn you upside down or anything. Just there's a bunch of people on this boat that probably never had any other choice but being a pirate. Or if it was being a pirate, it was a choice between being poor and being a pirate, or being dead and being a pirate. Right? They might enjoy their job, but a lot of these situations are just people exactly that, just in a situation. And I mean, you never know. They could need help just as much as any other citizen in Saltmarsh or Seaton or anywhere.
I can't support somebody who works for people who willingly allow all these bad things to happen. If I knew the King was doing things like this, letting people get enslaved, letting innocent women, children die, well, he would lose me as a subject, as a follower, somebody who's devoted himself to him and his laws. You don't get respect just for being in the position that you are in. You get respect for doing the right thing. You get respect for being a good person and stopping bad things from happening. And these princes, they might say, like Artois does, oh, that's just this prince or that prince. But none of them are stopping this from happening. None of them are stopping going into the slave pits, the fighting pits, and saying, no, this is fucked up. Why are we letting this happen? They're getting the coin from the flesh that's sold there. They're letting women, children, men just be sold every day under their noses. And
right.
And while these pirates are not their princes, they support their princes in what they do. And I won't be hostile to them. I have a hard time being friendly towards them.
I mean, yeah, I completely understand where you're coming from. I mean, but they're still people.
I hope that they can find light of a just God before they go down a bad path.
All right. I mean, I guess me coming down here and asking about stuff is it seem like you're kind of on edge, and we got weeks to go with this. I just didn't know if there's anything I might be able to help try and ease your mind on things. Maybe if you got to know some of the folks up there, it might open your eyes to some stuff. I mean, if Saltmarsh and Seaton got into a brutal civil war, would you think that every person, if they was in Saltmarsh trying to defend their homes, would they be evil lawbreakers? And don't get me wrong, there's a far cry from trying to protect what's you and yours from this, that, or the other, or getting caught up in a bad situation and going out and trying to slave people. But this he's got a ship. He's got people that are pirates. They do some bad things, but it doesn't mean that all of them are trying to get slaves and like slaving or just mean to be mean.
If I thought that they were, Bart, if I thought we were on the way to sell people into slavery, I'd kill every single person that would try to stop me from saving the people that were enslaved. And the ones that surrendered, I'd take them into justice.
All right.
But I don't think that these people, I mean, from what the captain's word is worth, he is giving us certain promises that he does not have any association with slavery. And that's why I stayed my hand and am not trying to stop anything from happening on the ship. And I'll keep my ears out, and who knows, I might make a pirate friend if they earn my trust.
Sure. I mean, I can respect that. I know I can be kind of, naive seeming at times, trying to take people at face value of there being good in them somewhere, and it just might not be on the surface. I have to dig for a little bit. So maybe we can both work on making some friends.
I'll definitely think about doing that.
All right. I will stay in the cabin and keep Jacob company and smoke.
Well, if it's just Bart down here, I will talk to him about Julian's brother.
Okay.
Bart, what I had said about killing people that are too far gone. If we find Julian's brother, and he's one of those people, I mean, this is a conversation that I'm going to have with Julian, and I want you and Gloob to be there, because it's going to be a hard conversation for him. Mostly, I want to prepare you for the hard conversation, so we can, I don't know, be there for Julian. But this doctor doesn't seem like the type to sit idly by, and he seems cruel.
Right.
And we can't know that he hasn't done anything to Julian's brother.
Right. I mean, that's why we're trying to get over there so fast.
But if we get there and Julian's brother's like, I don't know what to call that thing that was on...
Let's say changed. Let's say changed in a bad way.
if he's changed and all sense is gone, what do we do?
Defend ourselves against them, I guess. If Julian's brother ain't there anymore, then we failed, right?
It might not be that simple for Julian.
Sure.
I love Julian, but he isn't always the most level-headed.
Right. I think it's a conversation, something we probably need to bring up. Maybe not when we're half a month away from our destination or so. Maybe we save that conversation till a couple of days before we land at the doctor's place. I mean, there's not a one of us that hadn't thought about that. Hadn't thought about us getting there too late and him being changed or dead or something. But I feel like maybe we can save Julian from that pain if we don't bring it up till we need to have the conversation, you know? At least that's my opinion on it. I don't know what might be the best.
Do you think that he would? I don't know. I worry putting it so close to getting there, it won't allow him time to think out what he would do. I mean, obviously, like you'd said, it saves him the emotional grief of having to think about that for a month.
Right. No? I agree. I mean, it's something that you'll have to take a little bit of time to wrap your head around if it's something that just is going to be coming up and that you're going to have to face, or maybe have to face. And I just don't feel like maybe tonight's the best night for it. I think things are finally getting some breathing room for the first time in 2 weeks. So that's pretty nice.
Yeah.
I mean, we could get to these pirate places and everything just goes to tits and whatever other phrases people use these days. Everything just goes bad and sideways and terrible, and we might not even get there. So,
yeah,
I just feel like we should wait a little bit longer, at least till we're out of the pirate town. Once we've gotten past that hurdle, then we can put some extra troubles on our plate.
And you'll see Yak will stop and tears will start to form in his eye and start to run down his face, and he'll start to wipe him. I don't want to fight Julian. I really don't.
We're not gonna have to fight Julian. It'll be all right. It'll work out. Don't worry, son.
I don't want to fight anybody. I want things to be normal again, and I hope one day they can be.
Well, I think that's what everybody wants. And thankfully, there's people like you and like Julian who are willing to help other people fight for it.
Yeah. All right.
You're doing the right thing.
I know. I just... Hey, killing people, you know, I split people in half. That's what it is. It's just not easy.
You don't
And
gotta split nobody in half.
I do when they try to hurt me and mine and people that need to be defended. People that can't defend themselves. Doesn't make it easier. I wish everything could be the right way and everybody could get along. But that isn't how it is.
World's a wild place, son. I mean, I wish none of us had to do the things that we're doing now. I don't want to be on a boat. I don't want to be going to a pirate lair with a bunch of monsters. I don't want to hurt people or kill them or anything like that. I wish I could just, I don't know, have a restaurant. Maybe a basement house or something. But it sounds like a mean thing to say, but you got a gift for fighting and defending folk. And it's a burden. They'll get your time to set it down.
Yeah. I hope I can set it down and not regret the things that I've had to do.
Is there anything you regret up till now?
I wish I was there for my wife. I didn't treat her right. She was right to leave and right not to tell me where she is. But I miss her every day, and I wish I could see her again.
I understand that. But, I mean, you've cleaned up. And there's terrible things happen to your family. And that's a lot for anyone to deal with. And I mean, she might be gone now, but she might not be gone forever either. She might be growing as much as you are. I don't know what type of life or things that you had with your wife and everything before, but whatever stands before me today is a great man.
Thank you, Bart. I hope she thinks the same.
Well, unless she's blind, I don't see how she could see anything different. I mean, if she is blind, I apologize, but she hasn't made any mention of that so far.
No.
Not trying to say you're ugly. I mean, you're a pretty handsome young man. You got a lot of muscles, too. I'm sure a lot of people find that attractive.
Puts his hand up to his very broken nose, or like, askew nose. Yeah.
What? I mean, there are plenty of people have their nose knocked every which way and snap back into position. A lot of people have like a traditionally pretty and handsome and ruggedly handsome. You got the ruggedly handsome going on.
Thanks, Park.
What? I wouldn't lie to you.
Well, I hope you get to meet my wife.
Oh, I'm sure I will.
I think your neck's gonna hurt a little bit having to look up at her, but
I mean, I have to look up to most folk anyway. It might not be that big of a deal.
a little bit taller than most folk, but I think it'll be all right. I think she'll like you.
I mean, who wouldn't? Well, I got a whole bunch of special herbs in town, and I honestly expect to be indoors smoking a whole lot more during this whole thing, but it's been a lot of really nice weather and nice breeze. If you could help me out a little bit with it, you're more than welcome to.
For sure. That'd be
I will
nice.
pass my pipe along the Yaku.
Ah, the peace pipe.
Jacob will start to violently cough.
It was pretty good. It was pretty good stuff.
Hotbox the cabin.
Ox the shit out. Like, it's like, oh man, Yakka's got these bad vibes. Let's exercise those real quick.
Jesus Christ.
Some of the boards are, not like super tight together. The neighbors in the next cabin over having a real good night too.
Isn't our next door neighbor the mage dude?
Yeah.
The mage dude needs to come over one night.
Bro, gonna
You
be
just hear
casting
knock,
some
knock,
wild spells
He's
tomorrow.
just sitting there next to the the planks and the what the heck?
Man, it's loud as fuck in here. Have some?
Damn it. All right. Julian, is there anything you're doing for this evening?
Yeah, Julian, for his part, is back out on the deck, probably close to where he had been the previous night, thinking about the prayer and this night he is already starting to just forget about all the stuff with the drama back in Saltmarsh, the conspiracy, not even thinking about the city they're heading to. He's fixated on the destination. Just hands on the railing, staring intently out, like full body tensed. Ready to jump into action and save his brother right now. Just staring out in the darkness and the water. And just going over and over and over again in his head anything he can remember about the island. Just trips strapped to a gurney looking at the ceiling, flickers of the fighting ring, and hacking apart his peers with the machete, and countless surgeries without anesthetic, and the memories as they flicker through his mind. He's thinking about his brother going through some of the same, and just thinking about when they get there, trying hard, even not knowing what the defenses are going to be or even the full layout of the island, because his experience there was just a whirlwind of surgeries and drugs and fighting, but thinking about trying desperately to plan, to think how are we going to save him, what are we going to do, and just envisioning cutting a guard's throat, creeping around a corner, trying to play through the whole thing in his head just on repeat, intermixed with these memories, and trying to piece together the memories to try and get some idea of what they're heading into. This lasts for a while. The last remnants, last vestiges of concern for anything else having long since been purged. Hasn't budged, hasn't untensed the whole time.
Okay.
Manifesting, probably unconsciously, the bow, a ghostly replica of the machete when he's thinking about it. Maybe even at some point, not even a human weapon, just a scything talon claw. And reminisces for a while about his time in the deep water. All of the times that he's been in the deep water. The first time at the hands of the doctor. His other communions with the being from the deep. And as the night wears on, just trying to feel out whatever that presence was, or the creatures it represents. And he knows he's never had any like psychic link to the ocean predators or whatever, but he's willing himself to feel them and borrow some of that instinct, some of that drive, some of that ferocity, as he tells himself over and over, what his brother needs right now is a predator.
Nice.
He's probably going to be there for a while.
Yeah. I'll say, yeah, nobody disturbs you. So just one point, sitting there just lost in your thought, going over this, like, these potential, like, plans, like cutting the guard's throat. Like stashing the body where it won't be found, so that it'll be hidden at least long enough to get, to the next and the next and the next. And just during one of those flashes and images, you just find yourself just unconsciously, not a personal, almost an intrusive thought of those laurels would be a really nice trophy. But just for half a second, you almost don't notice.
The what would be a really nice trophy?
Those laurels would be a really nice trophy, and it's accompanied by a brief flash of the coral laurels that that come out of Artois' temples. And just for an instant, just for a second, not even a full second, a millisecond, like just it's almost not there. Before you continue thinking about everything else, so everything just completely consumed by the thoughts of rescuing your brother and what you're gonna have to do for that. But there's just that, it's just for that briefest of seconds before you carry on with your night. So, Jakob, are you trying to stay up long enough for Gloob and Julian to join you down there to have a conversation with them, or what are you doing? Are you gonna crash out eventually, or? I guess that
probably
on,
following Bart's advice and also getting absolutely smashed. Jakob.
Oh yeah.
Well,
smashed. Holy shit. It's like you got.
Go to sleep.
You got any fucking chips, bro? Could go for some fucking noodles.
Just lies down in bed, just stares at the ceiling for like a good 30 minutes. And then...
That's fair. Okay. Gloob, Julian, do you guys go downstairs eventually, or about how long are you guys up? Just out of curiosity.
I'll write for like a couple of hours probably, okay. and then head back downstairs.
Okay. Julian?
Unless I see Artois about.
But as
No.
you go down, yeah, you don't see him anywhere. It looks like there's like a little bit of light, like a faint light from underneath his door.
Why you do this? I'm not gonna mess with him. I'll go to bed. I'll walk into the room.
Okay. So you
I
see
won't
Yaga-
take your bait, foul creature.
Yaga absolutely fucking schlumped.
Chill.
Yeah.
Bought chips from the gas station. Here you go, guys.
Hell yeah.
What a friend. Julian, how do you go down to bed eventually? I imagine.
Yeah. As his thoughts drifted from the memories to the rescue plan to the reminiscing on the creature or being and himself, stares at the water for a fair bit, considering another communion, and then with a shake of his head, probably close to midnight,
Okay.
after a solid locking eyes with the waves, we'll
Locking eyes with
just
waves have eyes. It's a horror movie. I like it.
give his head a snappy little shake, and then just full body shudder and head downstairs. Go right to bed.
Okay. All right. Bart, I imagine you crash out as well.
Yeah, I crash out as well. Whenever either of the other two come in, they will probably find Brila asleep on the cot that's next to mine, but my pipe awkwardly just sitting on my chest, and there being like a soot of ash on, like a little pile of ash on the ground that looks like it's been spread out by a large squirrel paw. To where either Bart fell asleep and Brila stopped the boat from being set on fire, and just in case, and then put the pipe back on my chest, or something like that happened.
Brila is currently, she's doing that thing that dogs do sometimes when they sleep on their back, where she's kind of like this. Paws just kind of out, trying to sleep like a
Yeah.
person.
So she's probably got like the giant long tail that's
Oh,
like
yeah.
the length of her entire body, that
Just
is
kinda-
probably an obstacle to get by in such cramped quarters.
Yeah, kind of shoving the door. It's a little bit in the way.
Luke just
Eh.
picks up the wet tail out of his tub and
Uh.
throws it to his head.
Uh. Just get a little like nose wiggle, kind of feet kick a little bit, but other than that, nothing. You would one shot the shit out of Brila.
Yeah, you really would.
That poor squirrel.
That squirrel was just fucking pooping the dust, and like, what happened to Brila? That's weird.
That's crazy.
Guess I'll use this free second level spell slot.
Oh god. All right. So I'm burning.
That's not permission, by the way. Don't kill my squirrel.
Don't murder the squirrel. Don't use Brila to trigger magical trap.
I will never do that to Brila. That's horrible.
Anyway, you all sleep through the night, unbothered by anything but your own dreams, as restful or not as that may be. We come to our second day, our second full day of travel. So if I could get somebody to roll a d20 for me.
I
I
did
want
last
to roll.
time.
I want
I
to
rolled a
roll it.
d8 last time.
I'm
I know.
rolling it.
Oh, Chris is rolling it. I thought you said I don't want to roll it. You go for it, Chris. You go.
15.
15.
That's the Kraken.
3 black dragons.
Okay, roll another d8 for me, someone.
I'll be the d8 fella.
8 Krakens.
3.
3. Okay. All right.
Oh, no, I don't like that at all.
All right.
Tsunami.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Somebody roll a d4 for me.
I got the D4. I can't mess this up.
You know, that's what I said in last session, and then I rolled that 4.
3.
3. Okay. Okay, that's pretty funny. Okay, sick. All right. So, is there anything anybody's doing for the day?
I would like to go up on the deck and look for a rogue wave.
Rogue wave.
It's
Same
a
thing I was
tsunami.
doing yesterday.
Okay. Okay. Out of curiosity, where are you like posted up while you're doing this, Gloob?
I will probably be tailing Artois and man, the first mate's name is not sticking for some reason.
Danek Arsted.
Arsted. Yeah, Arsted. Artois and Arsted. There we go.
There you go.
I will probably be posted up along, like when one goes, below deck or whatever the case is, I'll follow the other one around, not like too terribly close, but around them for sure, listening to like the directions and stuff that are being given, and also how they're treating people.
Sure. Anything else the rest of you guys are doing in particular today, or just kind of traveling?
I will.
Yes.
I will use Captain's talent to either better perceive or just better understand what's going on as well.
Just kind of going for wisdom to just kind of give yourself a better...
Wisdom or intelligence, yeah. Whatever would be more applicable, I guess.
Wisdom would help you, I guess, to catch what they're saying, while as it would help you to better understand. I guess maybe to better like sock that information away and be able to like pick apart the meanings from just from your current observational skills.
We'll do intelligence.
Okay. All right. Julian?
After a long night of what probably should have been disturbing dreams of not being himself, but predatory creatures, not dreams of the supernatural nature that you have described before, but just kind of the result of hyperfixation, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
Waking up with those heart palpitations, sort of like anxiety, but without any nervousness or fear aspects, more eagerness. He is going to head out onto deck for a while and probably agitatedly kick around for a few hours at first, if anyone is doing anything for the next few hours.
Okay. Bart, I assume you said you're going to cook again this morning, so you'll be cooking. Is there anything else you're wanting to do during the day?
Yeah, I want to learn the names of every single person that comes into the kitchen, which is not something we have to roleplay out, obviously.
Fantastic.
No, you have to. Yep, every single
That's
name.
crazy.
You got that hunt showdown list?
Bobbert.
Do what?
Robert, Tobbert, Lobbert.
Jim, John,
Robert.
Jameson, James, Jimmy.
John, Jacob, Jingleheimer, Schmidt.
His name is this guy's name too.
Oh, crazy.
The twins.
Why would you have twins and name them the same thing? That's fucked up.
Because it's funny. Jingleheimer Schmidt, yeah. Other Jingleheimer Schmidt. Oh god. It was. Oh
I
god.
didn't see material.
Anyway.
Right there.
Anyway, that's good. That's a good villain origin story. Our parents named us the same thing because they fucking hate us, and now we hate the world.
You don't understand. His name was my name too.
And whenever we go out, the people always shout.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm so disappointed.
Yeah. I'm
not
taking.
mad, just
I'm
disappointed.
taking notes, man. This is good. This is good ideas. Like I said, I'm gonna after this campaign, I'm doing like a whole like homebrew world. So I'm fucking taking notes, baby. If it's not current, it'll be history. Anyway, Jakob, aside from feeling a weird urge like perhaps there's a rogue wave, is there anything you'd like to do during the day today?
Jakob would like to do the same routine that he did yesterday, but this time, once he tries to like pick up in the speed, just doesn't catch, as like something just isn't feeling there.
Okay. Just as you're on your way, you're heading up. So make a dexterity saving throw for me.
Sake.
Yep, that tracks.
Did you roll a 1?
2.
2?
I'm sorry, 5.
5. Okay. So as you're going to, your friends have all kind of gone out and are doing their thing. You ate your breakfast and then you're like, okay, I guess I'm gonna go brave, being up on the pirate deck. I'll see if I can put the fear of Heronius into these fuckers. And you go to step out and you make your way out into the hallway. And hold on, I gotta remind myself of something. Sorry, one moment. And Bart, you see Jakob exiting and starting to head towards the stairs, and then his foot just goes whoop, out from under him, and you just bust your fucking ass, just clang, 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 just all of your armor and everything just fucking all over the floor. Oh god, you slipped on, like, there's some oil on the floor right there. He's like, God, jeez, and you just from kind of the shadows somewhere, you're not quite sure where, maybe underneath the stairs, you hear but when you look, you don't see anything. It's just kind of, huh.
Well, if I see Jakob, essentially sound like a marching band falling down a flight of stairs.
Basically, yeah.
I would go rush to make sure he's okay.
Yeah. Did I take any damage from
No,
that?
no, you just fell.
Less than 3 points of bludgeoning.
Yeah, no damage. Emotional. I will say there's a couple pirates that kind of saw you and just kind of like, and you seem like uninjured. They just kind of turn around and go about their business. Just walk away.
Just kind of squints in the direction of the laughter.
And you look under the shadows of the stairs where you could have sworn you heard something, but you don't see anything there.
You all right, son? Give you a shoulder to help steady yourself on. I can't pick you up.
Is the oil gone?
This motherfucker got
Nope.
greased.
Nope, it's still there.
Okay. I was about to be like, oh.
Yeah. It's not very much. It's like about like over like a 5 foot square patch. It looks like.
Is it outside the door or at the top of the stairs?
It's a little, like I said, just like a little bit outside of the door. Like he went out and he took like a couple steps out and was starting to head towards the stairs to go up, and he's like, whoop.
Okay.
Yeah. There's grease here. I guess
Just a little bit of oil, yeah.
Drop something. I thought I heard something coming from underneath the stairs when I fell, but I mean, nothing's there.
Yeah, I'll cast light and inspect this grease and see if I see anything between the cracks.
No, yeah, you don't expect to see anything under the stairs, and it just looks like a little pool of just like slick oil just on the floor. It's a little weird. It doesn't look like grease. It doesn't look like cooking oil. It just looks this like kind of slick, kind of oily liquid that's on the floor.
I'm just assuming that someone got greased, is why I call it that as well.
Yeah. I got you.
I don't know, maybe there's a rat or something under the stairs.
Right. Well, I mean, if somebody was using cooking oil on this, they would have to come from the kitchen. I didn't see anybody stealing any cooking oil, unless there's some stores of cooking oil below deck. Can I smell it? Does it smell like cooking oil?
It does not.
Okay.
Yeah,
Does it have any type of smell at all?
Oh, for the love of God.
While you're figuring that out, Jakob brings down one of his fists into his palm, kind of squints. God fucking damn it, Gloob. I'm gonna go find Gloob.
Okay, you're gonna go find glue.
The blame.
So
I've intended for this to be like a 30-second happenstance, and now there's a whole ass fucking investigation.
no, this is perfect. This is exactly what I wanted. You smell. It smells kind of like. I mean, I have no. I really have zero idea how to describe this. Just not like cooking oil. Like maybe it smells maybe like I'm just gonna say a bit like metallic, because fuck it.
Okay.
Just as that is the descriptor we're giving it. Because fuck you, I'm God. Do what I want. Like faintly metallic, maybe like a little acrid.
Alright.
Smells of random substances. Probably should be on my list of like things to brush up on as a DM. Probably need to note to self.
Alright, well, if I hear Yakko complain that he believes that it's glue, I will go back to my kitchen duties.
Gotcha. Imagine, like you said, like imagine you like you're kind of touching it or whatever a little bit, kind of, and it is very slick. Like it is like all of a sudden your fingers go poof, like you can see how Jakob lost his footing walking over this. But all right, Jakob, you go off to find glue. You can get upstairs and.
God damn it, where the fuck are you, Gloob?
Get upstairs and action surge.
Picks him up, tosses him off the boat.
just see a fucking chartreuse frog spinning through the air like Kermit.
Chartreuse? You chartreuse?
Magenta, Jesus.
Purple.
Walks up.
So...
Jakob will walk up to Gloob. Gloob, goddamn it! You can't put oil on the bottom of the stair. I get it. It's funny. It's a funny joke. You like to play jokes on people. But you could seriously hurt somebody doing that.
Huh?
The oil at the bottom of the stairs that you put there.
Is this code? Are we supposed to meet downstairs?
Did you not put some oil on the bottom of the stairs? To play a trick on me or Bart or one of the pirates?
Jakob, I'm still unsure if this is code or not.
It's
Oh,
not
I
a
got
code.
you. The
No,
oil
it's
at the
not a
bottom
code.
of the stairs. Let's go look at that.
I mean, we can go look at the oil on the bottom of the stairs. There's no code.
Oh.
Did you not hide underneath the stairs and watch one of us fall?
No? I don't think so. I had a few drinks last night, but no. Not recently.
Maybe it was a rat.
An oil rat?
Fucking Yakko just said must have been the wind.
Always by my side.
Got like an arrow in his eye socket. Must have been the wind.
Yeah, I'll explain to him what happened.
I mean, let's go look. Put my notebook away and into the bag of holding.
Okay.
What time is it, by the way?
It's probably starting to get towards like mid-morning by this point. I imagine none of you guys, aside from Bart, are waking up particularly early. Unless you just really want to.
Is the oil still there when I get there?
Well, before that,
Bart takes 80 points of damage.
oh shit.
Fuck you!
Bart,
Oh no. I don't like where this is going.
I want you to make a strength saving throw for me.
Oh yeah, those are fucking great. I don't have to worry about this at all. Oh, halfling look. Fucking 6. Shit.
So, as you come back from testing, from kind of checking out the oil, okay, you come back from checking the oil. You go to continue, cleaning stuff up. And go and you're opening up some of the cabinets and then you can't get your hand off one of the doors. It's stuck. You just and you're looking at your hand and you didn't even think, you went and grabbed it, and there's like this like sticky tar like substance, and you can't get your hand free. You're welcome to make another strength saving throw if you would like.
Is this liquid still, or is this is it still wet at all, or does it seem like it kind of?
Yeah, no, it's wet. Yep,
Okay.
it's wet.
Is there any way I could like attempt to just sort of clean it off, or like?
No.
Okay.
You have to remove your hand.
I'll give it one good old yank.
What if it was sovereign glue?
7.
7. It's stuck. So you've now been sitting here for like 12 seconds.
I'm gonna get on my back. I'm gonna put one foot on the cabinet and try to give it the double pull.
Roll another strength saving throw for me.
I'm gonna guide myself real quick.
So you take like an extra 6 seconds. Guidance. Oh wait, does guidance work on saving throws?
Oh shit.
It doesn't. It's on skill check.
Damn it. Okay, well.
You can
guide
embolden
myself
yourself.
anyway. I'm not gonna embolden myself on this. Okay. All right. So. Perfect. Got an 8 this time.
Still stuck. You have both feet against the cabinet, and you are hauling for all your worth, and you can't. Oh man. Yeah, you just can't. You can't get unstuck. It's around this time. From somewhere behind you, you hear a fucking. Like you heard Yakov describing a quick little, like a little,
What?
of what sounds like very small running feet. But by the time you look over and look around, you don't fucking see anything.
Damn it. Got little gremlins on this ship. Alright.
So you're still stuck there, kind of. I'll say you got 2 more attempts before Gloom and Yakov make it downstairs.
Sure. Okay, we're regressing again. We're going back to a 7.
Fucking, you are desperately trying to get unstuck.
14?
And finally, you just get your hand off. You just gotta boom down onto your back. Around that time, as you start to hear creak and a creak, dun, 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 as you start to see the feet of Gloob and Yakov making their way down the stairs.
Yeah, you'll probably just see Bart on his back in the middle of the fucking kitchen floor, red-faced and panting.
You also trip on some oil?
No, somebody put glue on the cabinet door. I like to not get my hand off. And then something giggled at me and went pitter-patter away with little tiny feet.
It wasn't a rat.
I've never known a rat to giggle.
I don't know. I don't know what noise fucking rats
They
make.
squeak.
Yeah, squeak. Squeak could sound kind of like a giggle.
Like a maniacal cackle.
You ain't paying attention? Nah, no.
This seemed like a gleeful, mischievous sort of giggle.
I mean, that's why I thought it was glue.
Glue has known someone to do this once before, so Glue will attempt to stealth and like climb on the ceiling and start looking around for climb speed, motherfucker, sticky pads.
So Glue also just like sees what's going on and just he's over there, Mission Possible. Dun, dun,
It's gonna be
dun, dun, dun.
like very you'll see his get like very like a cat before it plays or something like that, like very intrigued into what he's doing, and yeah, he'll get up on top and just start looking around. I'll stealth while I'm doing that.
Yeah, go ahead and roll a stealth check.
Advantage or no advantage?
Sure, advantage, why not?
13 or 19. I'll take the 19 plus 11 for 30.
Okay, for a 30. Okay. All right.
Dirty 30.
And you said you're looking around?
Yeah.
Roll a perception check for me.
7.
7? You don't see anything. Bart and Jakob, make dexterity saving throw for me real quick.
Oh shit, dirty 20. All right,
That's a
there we
fail.
go.
What was it, Jakob?
7.
7. Okay. So Bart with a dirty 20, you just hear that faintest of like a little like something like trying to suppress a giggle. Just in time to glance up as you see what looks like a pail in the ceiling turning and dumping water on down towards you and Jakob as you kind of hop back, and Jakob, you get drenched in water. And then a pail dinking into your head as it falls from above. As you look up, there's nothing fucking there.
I'm gonna jump up and try to punch the ceiling.
I'm pretty sure you can jump high enough with your strength score. So you, bonk. It feels like you punched wood.
Blue will go, no.
What?
Basically.
We don't know, and that's the problem.
Thing hit me in the goddamn head.
Oh, wow.
There. What children are around here?
You apparently, you crybaby.
How would you get hit in the head with a bucket? Tell me
Oh,
how much it doesn't hurt.
little bit of water.
The water
Damn it,
is
now
the
I have to
problem.
hide
The
again.
bucket
Jakob,
hurt.
I was doing really well.
Yeah. On that note, so you guys are being assaulted by some mysterious figure. That's where we're gonna end tonight's session.
Yeah.
So, thank you guys so much for joining me. I hope y'all had a good time. I know I did.
Yeah.
A lot happened, a lot going on. So we'll see how that goes next time. But as per usual, we're doing our charity drive thing still. Dab for the International Medical Corps, benefiting people over in Ukraine and all the shenanigans that are going on there, both on the mental and the physical health side. So it's a good cause. I encourage you to click on that link and donate what you can. It's greatly appreciated. We do this here, Goslin, the Ghost of the Saltmarsh game, on Mondays at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. On Saturdays, we have our Across Eberron campaign, which is DM'd by this lovely gentleman right here, who's not a frog. He's God there. So he's a lot more malicious, actually, shocking as that may sound, on Saturdays, and that's at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard. So we just got back from like a sizable break last week. A lot of shit went down. There's a lot of combat. Hopefully we're gonna have some downtime to process how much we got the shit kicked out of us this upcoming Saturday.
I definitely have some.
He may die. He is currently unconscious. It's a bad time. There's a lot happening. But that's how it is once you're past level 10 in campaigns. Shit just really hits the fan. So come out and check us out for that. Once again, happy birthday, Jakob. I know it's a little bit after it, but this is the first session since your birthday, so it's your D&D birthday. So, woo, awesome stuff. And before we go, we're gonna raid some friends. We're gonna do our friends over here at Total Party Chill because I like their name. Seems as a very standard modus operandi when it comes to picking people to raid. So show them some love. They do the D&D things as well, Dungeons and Dragons, or just TTRPG in general. Doesn't really matter, whatever you're doing, as long as you're having a good time. So show them some love, and we'll see you guys later. Bye.